Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the hearing of submissions for the future of the Levin Landfill. Could I welcome staff that are present in the building, plus councillors that are around the table, which is Councillor Isaacs, Councillor Kay Simmons, Deputy Mayor Mason, and Councillor Allen. We have a number of councillors on Zoom, Councillors Ketu, Councillors Brannigan, Councillors Tukapua and Councillor Mitchell. We do have apologies from Councillor Bishop and Councillor Jennings, and I'd like to move those to be accepted. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Kay Simmons, all those in favour? Thank you. If those in Zoom could just raise their hands, thank you. So that those are passed. Any late items? None. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a note that prior to us doing anything with the landfill, I did seek advice on whether I had a perceived conflict of interest or not, and the advice was told me that I didn't. So I've rechecked that over the last couple of weeks, so just to make sure that the community are well aware that I do not have a perceived conflict of interest in this, so I am ready to take part. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's move into it. So we have 25 submitters that are before us today. And there is a slight alteration to some of the things, but we will, as pretty much as outlined in your initial agendas. Could I please, so we're moving to page 7. Recommendation is that we receive the report, receive submissions 1 to 149 that were lodged with the consultation time, within the consultation time frame, and submission 150. Which is in accordance with Council's acceptance of late submissions policy. Councillor Allen, Councillor Isaacs, all those in favour? Thank you. So moved. So our first submitter will in fact be Mr. Hinder, and rather than be present himself, Grace in our democracy support person does have a submission to read out. Thank you.
Levin Landfill support for early closure. Bad decisions are often the result of a lack of information or the pursuit of over-optimistic financial gain. Did our elected representatives decades ago, when the site of a new landfill was postulated, not understand that burying waste and sand close to waterways and the sea has a high risk of leachates leaking from this site? Did they not expect noxious gases to leak into the atmosphere and blow into the local community? The old unlined landfill is already leaking. Although the second site is lined, it is only a matter of time before the liner breaks down, giving future generations a problem. Fitting a gas collection system to an existing site is never as efficient as installing one at the outset. No collection system is known as 100% proof. Opening a new line site will lead to future environmental problems. Problems of the past have been exacerbated by global warming. With the rise in sea levels and increased likelihood of a tsunami, there are more reasons why there should not be an active landfill in sand close to the sea. Current councillors have an opportunity not to make the current situation worse. The community has not made money from the landfill, though some individuals may have. In fact, the landfill is operating at a loss, and losses are expected to continue. Possible court cases or fines for breaches of consent as a result of poor management will increase these losses. Other countries have found that only very large sites offer the promise of efficiency and financial viability. A more efficient landfill with a better environmental footprint is available, though freight costs will be higher. More leadership by the Council in waste minimisation, rather than promise support for others who may come up with ideas, would reduce the amount going to landfill, thus reducing the transport costs. Hokio Beach Road was not designed to be used by a large number of wide and long trucks. The risk of accidents will be reduced if the landfill site is closed permanently. Councillors should make decisions that benefit the majority of the community and the environment, rather than just a few businessmen. A decision to close the landfill permanently in 2022 is the right decision. Trevor Hinder.
Thank you. Anyone wish to make comments or regarding that submission? None. Okay. Yes, Councillor. Hurry. Yeah.
So I know the submission was read out and obviously they're not present, but in this case, how do we ask a question of that person? For example, what businessman are they referring to?
Well, there's not the opportunity to ask currently, well, at this moment, that question. No, you're right. So our next submitter is Mr. Charles Rudd, and Mr. Rudd is present in the foyer. Oh. Welcome, Charles. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can? Okay. We're in your hands. You've got 10 minutes. Understand that we have read your submission. So how you want to use that 10 minutes is up to you, whether you want questions, some time for questions. Just be aware of that timing, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Kei te mea hau mō te kaupau I tēnei wā. Greetings and salutations. Thank you for letting me participate before you. Special thanks to Sue, Hori Tapa, Ashley, Huria, and the reception staff. You can debate an intellectual conversation with me based on logic and common sense without becoming emotional, flustered, ignorant, or arrogant. What is stranger than fiction? The ongoing issues of the Levin Landfill. Why do people protest? Because things are not right. I have been involved with the issues of the Levin Landfill since 1984 or thereabouts. That landfill area is the ancient far side of the Ngaitara Maupuko Papakaianga. The name is Whānau a Te Pane, translated to as Children of the Widow. That location is surrounded by 4 Maupuko Uripa cemeteries, of which one is about 5 acres in size. Other than degrading the environmentalists, this Maupuko parsite is the main reason that I stand as a sentinel there and other places. My genealogy forces me to regardless of time and cost. It's not been a case of the cat and the mouse, it's been a case of the cat and the rat. The cat and the rat being the territorial authorities and some of their consultants. The issues being breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi 1840, breaches of the United Nations Indigenous rights, matters important to Māori, the real Māori, health, biosecurity, and the RMA 1991 Act, possibly others. Whom is ultimately responsible and personally liable for the contaminant and pollutant of our environment? The territorial government, the CEO, planners and engineers, or consultants and so-called experts? All in reference to failure in due care and due diligence of our environment and the ratepayers and taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. The Horowhenua District Council is in an awkward position of damned if they do, damned if they don't. Will they will or will they won't? Time will tell, won't it? The battle lines are drawn. Option 1, close it down now. Recommendation: A, the Levin Landfill Neighbourhood Liaison Group, the NLG, of which I'm a partner, must be included in the afterthought close down ongoing monitoring. Along with this must be a new publicly notified resource consent condition of which the general public ratepayers can have input along with the NLG body. C, that I and my estate is to be a participant in reference to B above. I'll give you a waiata, or 2 waiatas. This is one waiata I used to sing to my children when they were young. Okay? Don't go to sleep with the pig in the bed. No, no, no. Don't go to sleep with the pig in the bed. No, no, no. And I'll give you one more. It's for a special lady that I will not name. Cupid, draw back your bow and let your arrow flow straight to my lover's heart for me. Nobody but me. Cupid, please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight back to my lover's heart for me. Oh, yeah. Up at hono tata honga mate kita honga mate. Up at hono tata honga ora kita honga ora. Kia ora tatou. Kate. He pātai. Any questions?
Thank you, Charles. I think you've missed your calling. We won't debate the merits of it, though. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, just a couple. First, thank you for your submission. And I'm going to acknowledge the point that you made on page 5 of your submission, but 19 of our agenda. And it mentions how perhaps we and our operation team, because often there's staff turnover and it's rare if someone stays in this particular field 10 plus years or more, and some of the names that are mentioned through submissions, the historical parts at least, those people aren't around anymore. And so for us that have come along more recently and inherited this stuff, you're right, we don't exactly look into the historical records or study the minutes of those court cases that have been. I've actually tried, but there was just too much and I got overwhelmed and I thought, no, that's enough. I get the point. Yeah, it's not a very good situation. But moving on to my questions is on page 25, you've attached some supporting documents. I would like to ask, as an original NLG member, who was appointed the independent facilitator back then, and it's number 32. You know, there's I don't know if you can see.
Well, we didn't. In a sense, it wasn't appointed as such in that time. It was all arranged by the district council, and it was the NLG, as I said, is a body of the district council, the regional council, and people like myself from the community. So we all worked together, and it worked very well. We had no problems with it. We went through the reviews with consultants as well as some people from this, and they worked very well till we got to the stage of 2019. Was it 2019, everything started to go higgledy-piggledy after that.
Oh, from 2019. So, in terms of the meetings that were held, sharing your perspectives on the monitoring results and NLG's suggestions around improving the landfill operation, that was all good and well up until that point.
Yes, it was.
Is that what you're saying?
We worked, all of us, District Council, Regional Council, and ourselves from the community, we worked as a team together for the benefit of all.
Okay.
Until 2019, everything went to council.
Okay. And were you also given opportunities, as per the conditions here, to inspect the operation, to actually go on site together? And
Yes, yeah, it was excellent. See, the point was, you do something, say, the 2019 going through, it was really to end in 2020. That was the actual date of the review. And the point was, the District Council would put its ideas in red, and the Regional Council put their ideas in green, and the three parties would go through it. This has not happened in 2019 to come up to what is the so-called resource consent we have today. That never happened. There's still errors in the so-called resource consent of 2019. Still errors in it. And so the NLG community part, we're never given a chance to debate it. From the community that weren't part of the NLG.
Okay, so what was the point of, or the reason for the change then? What has actually caused things to...
Because there's probably a court case came in, you see. Yeah. It went to court for something else, but I've given you in there the line of the reviews in 2003 and coming through right through, and you'll see it's supposed to be the next one of the review points was 2020 and 2020. They were set at 5-yearly intervals. Like a year prior to, or a few months prior to, 6 months. The three groups would work as a team to get it right.
Yeah.
But when it hit 2019, it did not eventuate. And so we have what we have today on resource consent. There's still some mistakes that can be rectified, but it's too late. It's already done.
Yeah. And according to this, the next review of conditions wouldn't be till October 2024. So.
No, it'll be in 20. It's supposed to be 2010, 2015, 2020. The next one will be in 2025. Other than if they're going to close it down or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Perry, just when you're listening to the submitter, could you just put you on mute? Yeah, there is a little bit of feedback coming through when you're not, if you're only listening. All right. Thank you, Charles. Yep. Appreciate your submission as always. Look forward to seeing you again. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Kia ora tātou.
Okay. Is Eugene using the same? Yes. So next submission is on behalf of the Wairina Te Kirihi Whānau Trust, which is Eugene Hanare, submission number 18. And Eugene should be using the same room that Charles was using, so there might be just a quick changeover. Welcome, Eugene, and that is Faith, is it correct?
My niece is here in support with me, Bernie.
Thank you.
Eugene Hinari tuku inga.
Yep.
Tēnā kōrua.
Kia ora, welcome. So, Eugene, you have 10 minutes, and we've read your submission, of course, and the supplementary one that we received late last week.
You've got some attachments that support my kōrero today.
Yes. So, as I said, we've got 10 minutes, so you use that how you wish. If you want to speak for that whole 10 minutes, that's fine, but there may well be questions from councillors as well. So I'll leave that up to you. So start when you're ready.
I'll just bring up my my notes.
Sure.
And here we are here. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Kia ora no tātou. Ko kuruhupo o te waka. Ko maupoko o te iwi. Ko nai te au te hapu. Ko tara rua ngā pai maunga. Ko waipuna o te roto. Ko hoki o te awa. Ko kaui rawa ko kauturo. Toko marae. Ko tai toko kainga. Ko tanguru o ku tupuna. Ko puri hera rawa ko atutai henare o ku mātua. Ko Eugene Hinari, taku ingoa. Tihe, mauri ora. I speak on behalf of all the past and present and future generations of paramount chiefs who are Hawhanau District Councils, neighbours and that border our ancestors' Hokio stream across the road from your present site of the landfill. It's our spiritual home lands that we know as Komakaro. The place of the 100 chiefs, paramount chiefs, who are buried in a crouching position, looking over the land towards Waipunao and the Tararua. This is our ancient urapa that we know as the place of buried people of the drifting sands. I am one of several responsible owners and a current chief of these lands. We're not an iwi, we're not a abu, we are the owners, the paramount chiefs. A Māori Land Court trustee I've been appointed, and I am also a kaitiaki, a protector, a guardian of our ancestral homelands on Hokio Beach Road, right across the road from you fellas at the landfill. And we, the trust, Waranakiri Trust, the Waranakiri Whānau Land Trust, have been involved in matters of importance in regards to this area with your ones, Hawhanau District Council, probably your predecessors, for over 30 years. Originally named Whānau or Tapani, and also known as Otawa. That's the original name of this area that your activity is based in. Not the one that you got on the Paranui. I don't know what their name is, Parapara-Umu or whatever it is, but that is not the name. We're always known like our land is called Makaro. And that land over where you brothers got your activity is called, as I said, Whānau or Tapani. Robert knows what that means. There's a lot of people over there who are passed on, who live in that land, are buried there. Put all that rubbers on them. And to carry on, and it's also noted and referenced in Leslie Ackland's maps within his book, Horapuna 1948. And also Susan Susan Atkins' writings of that she spoke down as an archaeologist, but certainly with Leslie Atkins' notes. He's noted it, and that's the name that he wrote it in the Horapinua book. Lest we forget. We never forget. We know what that place is called. And it's certainly not that place that you call it. Horapinua, moving on, our whānau land trust decision today to use is to choose option 1. There's no other option for us. We said it 30 years ago when we were the original submitters of the objection of that landfill, 30 years ago. And we knew all the things that should have been done there. Some things, the conditions were breached. We knew that was going to happen. It's no surprise to us. We've been doing this for a long time, as we sustain that land since time memorial. Towards the future plans, well, that's our option, to have it closed and to relocate or redirect your waste stream somewhere else. It's certainly not anywhere where we originally decided not to have it. So based on our whānau land trust original objections to the Horapinua District Council's resource consent, noting that the Hokio stream had been polluted and continues to be polluted, like this the other day when it rained, that landfill is up the top of the hill. Our Hokio stream is at the bottom, and our land is right there. When it rains, guess where it goes? It don't run uphill, it comes downhill. Common sense. And our land gets polluted. You're importing toxins onto my land. And as the chief, stop it. Stop it. No more. So your procedures and requests to carry on with this, we object. We totally object. Totally. And all the surrounding natural wetlands that has been destroyed from this activity. All our tupunas, pātuna, which is of eel where we source our food. It has been already agreed in our earlier application in 2002, where we took yourselves and us and other parties, and I mentioned them, Peter Everton, this is the one in the Kiri Trust, Peter Everton, Ivan Jones, the Grangers, in 2002 were awarded 10 conditions and were agreed upon with the Horapinua District Council. Some of those conditions were breached. They were not adhered to. Why? How do we know this? Because your own audits told us. We read the audits. And through those audits, we found out that you breached them. So your neighbourhood liaison group, which we were set up in, is no longer in existence. I don't know what happened to them, but they got this other group of landfill people who pretend to be the guardians and the watchdog, so say the environmental court suggestion of a neighbourhood liaison group, which us, one of the Getty family, and all those other people I just mentioned were a party to. And of course, our rangatira Charlie Rudd, Vivian Tauiki, and others that we felt that could come and help us with the cause of stopping the degradation of our land, our ancestor land. And it was agreed in the environmental courts, referring to an intended landfill group. Applying this consultation has taken us back, and I'm talking about the process we're going through now. We have to line up with all these other people. I feel offended that you don't recognise us anymore. You don't know who your neighbours are. Hey, we're not Lincoln Jolly John Lacey's down the road. We're your neighbours. We've been there since you fellas were there. Since time memorial for over thousands of years. Thousands of years we've been there. And in the same area your operation is coming from as well. So this memorandum of matters of importance and the true stakeholders, that is maps that I've given you, they will suggest these appendixes that I've given you of where we are, hopefully you've had the opportunity of reading some of it, and I'll go through some of the stuff that I said to you. It is the land geographic that I was able to provide you in the copies. You've got an image of my tūkana, my ancestor, my tīpuna, ngā uru, tanguru, and that's the picture of him on the coin. And that he was minted on that coin, and it's a very high honour to have a chief like that minted on a New Zealand coin. Well, he's from here, and he was the last Marymount chief buried across the road from your landfill. Tanguru, never forget that. One of the 100 Paramount chiefs buried over our Komagaro. And that was the map that I gave you, sites Komagaro and where it is. It's on our property. And we look after it. We guard it and protect it. The other one, the you received would have been transcripts from the Māori and Native Land Courts of our kuia, Kiri Torota Te Kiri, who mentions all what survived us, the cultivating on the land, as you would have read it, the farming, the sheep, the fruit that we grew on our land, and all of the surrounding districts, the pātuna on the Hokeo stream that survived us. It was our food source. And now we live in town. It doesn't mean to say that those food sources are still not there. Hopefully they will be there forever and a day for the upcoming mokopuna of the future. The Hokeo stream has been confounded by pollution and toxin leachate runoff coming from your landfill.
Sorry, Eugene. I'm just aware of the time.
I appreciate that, Bernie. I'm just about done.
Thank you.
So, there's one more compliance annual report that I've provided, and you'll probably see a lot of the transcripts of those attachments verifies our relationship, or should I say our engagements with council, going back right back to 1995, and of course memorandums passed over from various legal councils with our name on it and yours too, suggesting that we've been in this issue of matter of importance for over 30 years, not just how you fellas there the last 5 minutes. And these conditions of the landfill, and particularly consent 611/1, and the Environmental Court appointed these conditions as the Indigenous private landowners, not tribes, not apus, landowners. We recognise no other iwi authority, whether it be MTA, Rotorunanga, Ngāti Apa, Ngāti Taununu, Ngāti Tō, or Ngāti Rangatane, that these lands actually are in possession of the now paramount chiefs, which is the descendants of all those in Komakaro over in Hokeo Beach Road. So we manage our own lands. No tribal authority or any of ones I just mentioned do it. You don't go and ask them if you can go and change the name over at your landfill and have your place a name that we know nothing about. It doesn't whakapapa to us. It has nothing to do with us. But we do know the names that I have shared with you today. So thank you very much, no tātou katoa. And in listening to my kōrero today, I may sound a tad toned, but it's my passion. And it's my role to ensure the people of my Nainis here are finding the future and coming here forever and a day to get up, stand up for our rights. Because no one else will, not the tribe, not the government, but the people. Tangata whenua.
Kia ora. Thanks, Eugene.
I will finish now, Bernie. te aroha, te whakapolo, te mero ngari e, tātou e, tūpuru tina, humi e, tāuti e. Kia ora no tātou. E a te pātoi. Any
Kia ora.
questions?
Thanks, Eugene. Thank you, Faith. Is there anything that you would like to add at all? Okay. Councillor Kedu, did you have a question?
Tēnā koe i te rangatira.
Tēnā koe, Kari.
Kei te mihi ara kia koutou ki tō tātou rangatira o Muopoko. Te koro wai mātou, kei rara koro wai o koutou. Ngā tangata whenua o te whenua nei. Nō rere he te rangatira, tēnā koe, tēnā koe, tēnā koe. It was ka whiu atu ngā kōrero mai I tō tātou tupuna o Uncle Jimmy Broughton when we were submitting to different council meetings, and one of the things that our tupunas were doing and making sure that we were mihied in a proper way was to tūmai rā e pāna ki te kaupapa nei. And Uncle Jim would always talk about, the tikanga that's paramount for us as iwi in a hapu and iwi. And so I'm just having a mihi to you, henare, and to our whānau Muopoko.
Kia ora.
Kei rau te koro wai.
Tēnā koe.
Ka whiu atu ngā kōrero I pāna ki te tātou tupuna, and I cast my thoughts back to those ones that are gone before us, and they still here with us as they watch over us. And here you are now as a rangatira in their stead that is saying the same things that they were saying way back then. Tēnā koe, te rangatira.
Kia ora, Kari.
Thanks.
Pātai anō.
Thanks, Eugene. Thank you, Faith. Look, appreciate the impassioned views and opinions around your whānau and the land out there, and certainly the part that you have played over those years in keeping that the way it is, and obviously the future of the landfill is a big part of that. So we appreciate you coming out today and giving us those views. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora no tātou.
Kia ora.
My niece is shocked now.
You've taken her time, Eugene.
Oh, she's got 20 minutes.
Are you ready?
We can't quite hear you, Faith. Do you need to speak a bit louder? Sorry.
Are you ready?
We are, yes.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. E ngā mana, e ngā ringa tōhau, ngā kaitiaki mā tauranga, te hunga tautoko I te poro parahanga o taitoko. O tirā, te hunga kōrero teka, te hunga whakaiti ki taurangi. Kia ora, my name is Faith. I am also known as Te Kura Huia. I am a mokopuna of the bones that lie beneath the decades of pollution on Ngāi Tara land, Māori land. I am here today to be an awesome ancestor for my future descendants and to represent the many rangatahi, youth that wanted but couldn't be here today in the next few days. I am also here to support my elders who spoke before me, Eugene Henare and Charlie Rudd. Tēnā korua. As a rangatahi, I felt like I couldn't do anything to help close the Levin Landfill, but to sign the petition and share on social media. So I thank the Horowhenua District Council for giving this rangatahi another opportunity to speak up about closing the landfill. Thank you for giving me 10 minutes of your time when my elders have been fighting for decades. I look up to my elders. They inspire and motivate me to be resilient in tino rangatiratanga and mana Māori motuhake. They inspire me to help create a future for my grandchildren to see the true beauty of our lands and waters, to be sustained by the food of our natural environment. They motivate me to hold fast to my dream of seeing what my ancestors saw with their eyes. That dream could have been a realistic goal. But that's why we Māori and all Indigenous people of the world are known as kaitiaki, guardians, protectors. We fight, protest, peaceful protest, sign petitions, march and speak, because only we know how to look after our lands and waters. We work with Papa Tuanuku, not against. We are fighting every day across the world, not just for our rights and the treaties that were signed. We are constantly fighting for the well-being of the earth. We can't live on earth if it's destroyed due to pollution. What is the reason for pollution? Profit. Money is Pākehā made. Earth is not. Please don't be offended by the word Pākehā. Just to clarify, it is a noun and modifier used for people who aren't Māori descent. I want to acknowledge the roadworks down Arapaipai and Queen Street East. The money used to repair the roads damage every week. Yet, there's no money to repair the land damages and the water damages that were caused. I want to acknowledge the last close the Levin Landfill submission and the promises that the HDC made but never kept. I want to acknowledge Te Tiriti o Waitangi and your duty to uphold it. I want to acknowledge the Māori ward submission from last year and the positive outcome from that hearing. That was the first and the last time where I felt as a rangatahi that I could trust HDC. And then I found out about Kōmakaro. Kōmakaro, an ancient burial site of paramount chiefs. I never knew about Kōmakaro until 3 weeks ago. The history of an ancient burial site covered beneath colonization and piles of all sorts of trash. The disrespect I feel inside for my ancestors who fought for us to be here that are buried there. And then I wonder, who let this happen? I wonder, who didn't help stop this from happening? As I have mentioned before, I am here to be the voice of other rangatahi youth that couldn't be here today in the next few days. So I got in touch with a few rangatahi and asked for their opinions on this matter. They will all be anonymous. Anonymous rangatahi number 1. If I didn't help with the online petition and its purpose to close the landfill for the benefit of the land in the future, I would feel guilty for not helping at all, as I feel it's the only thing I could do. Anonymous rangatahi number 2. I have no significant connection to the Levin Landfill. However, my heart hurts for the people who have had to endure the pollution on their land for decades now. Why is our trusted district council crossing their fingers behind their backs?
Kia ora, kia ora.
Anonymous rangatahi number 3. Ko Makaro, an ancient burial site. If I didn't provide my opinion on this matter or sign the petition, I bet my own grandkids in the future wouldn't know the true significance of that land. I am a student studying Te Tai Ao, and I support the closure due to its pollution of land and air, as well as our waterways that we eat from.
Kia ora.
Anonymous rangatahi number 4. Working with Māori and understanding how they live has changed my perspective on my own people as a Pākehā person. Māori respect their surroundings as if they are people. They see Earth as their mother who brings life. Their ancient systems haven't failed. They make sure their resources can be replenished so that they can continuously be sustained. Working with the environment, not against.
Kia ora, kia ora.
Anonymous rangatahi number 5. I believe the landfill affects the mana and the mauri of the whenua in a negative way, and the mana and the mauri of the people living around there being the Moepoko and Ngāti Raukawa people. And I think the landfill needs to go ASAP.
Amen, amen.
So, Ora Whenua District Council, as you can see, I am not the only rangatahi who cares for the future of our land, sky and waters. Who cares for the future of our people and the history that needs to be taught and remembered. Whatungaro ngaro te tangata, toi tū te whenua. As man disappears from sight, the land remains. The land doesn't need us, but we as humans need the land.
Absolutely.
Without the land, we have no food. Without the land, we have no water. Without the land, we have no air. Without the land, you have no profit. Without the land, we have nothing. We are nothing. So I ask for the future of all our descendants and the future of taitoko Levin horo whenua. Stop thinking about what could be and think about what is happening beneath your feet. I would like to close with honouring our brothers and sisters across the world fighting for the well-being of our planet and our cousins fighting for Pūtiki Bay, Ihu Mātau, Maru Kaikuru, which is ancient Ngaitara land. And I thank you for your resilience in looking after our planet. I'd like to mention Parakore ki Tāmaki, which is a group of rangatahi working with all marae in different communities in Auckland, helping with the waste systems there as an example for HDC to look at. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge my elders, Charlie Rudd, Jack Warren and Eugene Hinari for being role models for myself and our people. Nō reira, HDC, tēnā koutou. My uncle, tēnā koe, and whoever else is watching and listening, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Faith. Appreciate those well-articulated views and opinions. We thank you again for your appearance today, and no doubt you'll be looking forward to the final decision in a few weeks' time. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Any questions?
We haven't got time, sorry.
That's okay.
No worries.
I thought my cousin Pidiana was going to bounce out with a question.
No.
Kia ora, guys.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Dennis, Tōrua. And we anticipate, both Faith and I anticipate a quick response and decision.
Thank you. All right.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Peter is on the same level. Oh. So next submitter is Peter Everton, which is submission number 38. And Peter is just joining us on Zoom. Can you hear us, Peter?
Can you hear me now, Bernie?
I can hear you now, Peter. We can hear you fine, can't see you, but that's okay. If you just want to talk to us.
I'm just getting it organised. How's that?
Sorry.
Just trying to readjust it.
Okay.
Here I'm here.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yes. So we've got 10 minutes. So we're in your hands if you want to, how you want that 10 minutes to pan out in terms of if there are questions or anything like that as well. But away you go.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I listened to the previous submissions. You see the passion, that passion was there in 94, 95 at the Covey Marae when we had hui's on this landfill or rubbish dump at the time. So you can see that passion, it's still here today. My one-page submission was only a brief history of nearly 47 years of the rubbish dumping at the Hokio landfill site. The dumping of that rubbish started in the mid-1970s when Levin Township had run out of dumping sites. They'd filled all the metal pits up around Levin, about 9, I think, in total, 8 or 9. And they were desperate because to find another site. So it was Jack Bolson and Jack Blinkhorn approached us out at Hokio here, see if we had objections to them leasing a small area of land of Graham Robertson's at the time. It was a gully up behind where Grangers built their house to dump rubbish till they could find a more suitable site. So that's how it started. And then in the 1990s, the Hokio site became a regional landfill with requiring Horowhenua to get resource consents. We objected to it, of course, at the time, and it had to go to environmental court. And that's where we got the decision from environmental court. This expanding dump site was opposed to by both Maori and Pākehā groups, and you can see the passion that was there in those days, because it was an unsuitable site, and it was an unsuitable site to put a landfill. The resource consents were issued in May 2002. This is after 3 of us had taken the Horowhenua District Council to environmental court over it. And that was Eugene Hanari with Warren Kerry Trust, Ivan Jones and myself. So in June 2004, the frustration had built up through the councils not listening to the people, both Maori and Pākehā, who opposed this landfill site right from 94, 95. And that culminated in vandalism of the newly installed liner being cut in 8 different places, costing the ratepayers thousands of dollars to repair, evidently. And I believe that liner is compromised because of that vandalism. So I think there could be, or will be, in the future, leachate coming from those repaired sites. The landfill was really built on broken promises and threats by a succession of Horowhenua district councils. They threatened to sue us if we were to take them to the environmental court, which we did. And they did try to sue some of the people who actually didn't go to environment court but were part of the objection group. And that was Vivian Toaki, Charles Rudd, and Susan Forbes. She was an archaeologist. And the council, in their wisdom, through their environmental lawyer, Andrew Cameron, took a case against those 3 people for costs. But in the end, the environmental court judge threw it out. But that did a lot of damage to the people. They don't trust the council, especially the Toaki family. It has never made the revenue promised to the ratepayers on how it now has debts in the millions of dollars. It's probably the most inefficiently run landfill in the lower North Island, possibly the whole of New Zealand, as it has high methane emissions. which are supposed to be damaging to the environment. So this landfill closing is well overdue. The regional council failed in their duty to the ratepayers of Hawhanui by not ensuring the council was compliant with their resource consent in that time. And like I say, in 2008, there was a parliamentary inquiry commission done on the landfill, and both councils were censured by the presiding judge for not failing in their duty to the people on breaching these landfills continually. So I support option 1, close it. And once the closing a landfill now will start to heal the wounds that have been open over those years. So that's all I really have to say as part of my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Does any councillors have any questions or comments? No. So there's no questions. Thanks, Peter. Look, really appreciate. I know you've been very involved over many years in terms of the operation of this landfill and its beginnings, and now as we look to the future of the landfill. I know it's been a long, hard slog, and that you've been very committed and passionate about your views, and it is appreciated. Thank you for that, and look forward to a decision in 2 or 3 weeks' time.
And I'm looking forward to.
Sorry, I do have a question from Councillor Tukapua.
Okay. Kia
Thank you for your submission. I appreciate the written or history that you've provided, and I've made some other notes. But just under the there's about a dozen bullet points that you've got there, and then there's references to whichever report or summary they've come from. This is page 37 in the agenda, if anyone's following. You've got some interesting ones there that I haven't actually heard about or read myself, and that is the whited upper soil. Like, if you following me?
Yeah, I've got the head to my submission. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but this is
So the last bullet point, you're referring to whited upper soil. Why did that come here and pass by 3 other landfills on its way?
Yes, that was a very sad point with us in the neighbourhood liaison group that we had with the community group. Why did it come? I saw the trucks. I got pictures. I spoke to the truck drivers, and those trucks were coming over 4 truck and trailers a day for about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, dumping the soil, and it was supposed to be toxic. There was no official test on it. I don't even know if the council made any money out of taking that soil. Was it that revenue gone to the waste management, probably? Did you hear what I had to say?
Yeah, I heard that. Thank you. And yeah, it was just new information I wasn't familiar about, which is why I'm asking. And yeah,
there was a complaint made. I haven't got more information on that. So if any soil samples were taken, and like I say, I can't understand why they would bring it all the way to Hawhanui dump site or landfill site when they're passing 3 other landfills on the way. And this came all the way from Carterton, I believe.
I'm sure that's a question that we can answer offline and get some more detail on later. Barry.
Yeah, I'd like to know whether it was ever tested. Thank you.
Thanks again, Peter. Appreciate your time.
No, thanks for listening.
Okay. So next submitter is Michael Kay, submission number 43. Welcome, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm getting there, mate. Just going through the things. We should be all good now.
All good. Yes. Okay. So looks like we're interrupting a hard day's work, are we?
Oh, yeah, sort of. Yeah.
We've
Well, I know we were going to have 10 minutes. I would have taken away this regeneration.
Not a problem at all. Looking good. So we're in your hands. Where you go.
Yep. So, hey, look, I think it's an exciting time to be thinking about actually closing the tip. It's a bold move. But for the people of Hokio, as we all know, it's been a very, very long battle. And to finally see an end in sight must be something that's really quite encouraging. I think thinking about when I made the submission, I didn't really think about one thing. I thought, just been thinking in the last few days, the green waste, there's no reason why we still couldn't be taking the green waste to the site and having a purpose-built compost there on site, partially to be compost to go out for council's own projects that it has coming up around its roading and new housing infrastructure and things like that, as well as capping off the area, because it will contribute to basically capping off the site. Instead of buying compost in and paying to dispose it elsewhere. Now, the main part of my submission, I was thinking about, mainly that Kapiti has been actually using this tip as well, and being a regulator as well. They know only too well the struggles that this landfill site has had. And I'm sort of concerned that I think that the struggle went on for so long with the Hokio residents that it's a shame that if the end result of this is a levy on our rates, that those residents out there would suffer a levy. But I think that it would be just and fair to be imposing or asking for some sort of calculation of a levy from Kapiti to help pay for it. I also, in my submission, now, councillors will know more than what I will, but the long story of it could just be an old fable, but I was led to believe, and have been for some time, that Watkins Dow dumped stuff in the site. Now, if that's the case, Watkins Dow is actually in the situation which is now owned by Syngenta in New Plymouth, and it is coming up to a series of events around closure of their site, and there should be there'll be something around sort of government itself stepping in there, I should think, because that's an enormous contamination zone. And I would have thought that if we have received those sorts of things into our own tip, that we will hopefully be included in some sort of reparations. So that was my main thoughts there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's exciting if councillors can unanimously get in behind this and choose this time to actually sort of embrace the Hokio area, because I think and I've always said that it's one of the hidden gems of our region. And unfortunately, it's borne the brunt of basically us growing into a more organised or more environmentally conscious place. And, I'm not trying to flare anything up, but the pot's out there. It naturally, geologically, everything sort of drains out to there. But, if we can do this closure of this tip really well over the next sort of 5 or 10 years, it could be a very hot spot for tourism and for our own people to enjoy. The other side of it is that at a certain point, we're going to be thinking about this no longer as a tip site, but as a potential recreation area. And you might sort of balk at that, but Hamilton Gardens is actually built on a tip site. And, you know, Hamilton Gardens is a beautiful place, and that there's probably some lessons that we can take from that, you know, that was, you know, they didn't just have to sort of repair the area, but they made it into something that was celebrated. So maybe we could be thinking along those lines as well. It's a unique area because it has wetlands. And so I think it poses our council with some good opportunities for some good funding to go into there to make productive wetlands or unique wetlands. And I think it's probably something that we can look forward to as maybe a significant Indigenous biodiversity or biodiversity site of significance in New Zealand. So I think that there's ample grounds for setting in place processes to attract future funding and connecting into, you know, a lot of the environmental initiatives that are being sort of talked about and, you know, are starting to come into action. But hey, look, I know you guys are behind. That's pretty much the basis of what I was thinking. If you do have any questions, please fire away.
Any questions? Councillor Tupapua.
Thank you for your submission. I note that you've offered up a lot of ideas around what the site could be used for in the future, whether we continue with green waste, you know, gardens, tourism, all that stuff you've mentioned. What though of any ideas or thoughts about shifting our waste from one landfill to another landfill, or an alternative?
Yeah, so selecting a new site, I mean, what's traditionally been done is you select sites around quarries. So, and that means going further up into the more consolidated land masses rather than going out into the sort of groins or the kidneys of the area. So that is, you know, finding a new site rather than going and sending all our waste, like Kapiti sent all its waste to us and then we all just, you know, send it to Bonnie Glen. Yeah, absolutely. That's something we need to consider. And how well we form this plan and what we do with this one may give the community confidence to not, you know, we all know that as soon as the council starts looking for a new site, that there's going to be a whole lot of people that, you know, don't want that site there. So it's very much around how we close this one off and thinking more about going further towards the hills rather than out in that sensitive, what you call a sensitive natural area. So I'm sorry I can't give you an actual site, but I would have assumed around some of the quarries that may be, you know, ready to stop harvesting in one area that could then be, you know, a sealed landfill site.
Thanks. Ross, did you have a question?
Yeah, listen, thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Michael, for your submission, and I think I appreciated your wider objectivity around this matter, which is quite refreshing. Listen, I was probably the only councillor I think that probably supported option 2, which is potentially keeping the landfill operating in some form through the life of the landfill agreement that we've got till 2025. And I really like your comment around the green waste and things like that. So I take it for the right reasons. You wouldn't be adverse to that happening if that was there was a good case for that in terms of you know, exploring how we could continue to use the landfill for the right reasons. Hopefully, ways of mitigating some of the impacts of the ratepayer in terms of immediate closure. etc. I take it you wouldn't be averse to that?
No, not at all. I think that absolutely we should. Green waste is a large percentage of our waste, and I think we've probably been using it to try and mitigate some of the effects of the landfill, and for all the right reasons. Like if you go through most of the municipalities around the world that have jumped into the Green New Revolution, green waste and food waste is a very big part of what they treasure. You know, it's not actually waste anymore. It's something to be repurposed. Obviously, it's very hard to repurpose some of the household or building waste. But, you know, with the waste minimisation projects, it does put a lot of pressure on those to really function and perform. But, yeah, getting in behind, well, feeling confident about green waste, I mean, I think that we can look all over the world. These are very successful projects that generate a lot of good outcomes.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. Agree with you.
Thank you, Michael. As Ross alluded to there, we appreciate the fact that you're talking about the future of the landfill, because that's what these submissions are about, and also the potential and possibilities for the area in the future as well. So appreciate your time, and thanks again for submitting.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks. Bye. Right. So, Peter? Yeah. So our next submitter is Peter Thompson, which is submission number 52. Welcome, Peter. Can you hear me?
Kia ora.
Kia ora. So, you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so we've got 10 minutes, so we're in your hands. Away you go.
Oh, thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko te homarangi te monga, ko hoki o beach te moana, ko hoki o stream te awa. Ko Aotearoa Pakiati iwi, no te whanganui o Tara Oho, ko Thompson, toko whanau, ko Peter toko ingawa, nami nui kia koutou. Good evening or good afternoon. Look, thanks for letting me speak to my submission. Both my wife and I have made submissions as we have a property in Mopoku Street in Hokio Beach. I've made an individual submission, but I am also spokesperson for Over-It. Over-It are a coalition of community and environmental groups in the Horowhenua and Kapiti. It's been a pleasure to be a part of the group, and it's well organised, resourced and unified in its desire to see this landfill closed. Over-It has got a website at overitll.org, where we've published credible research, reports from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, court documents and the like, to inform public and also obviously in support of our objective to close the landfill. We've also got a Facebook page, and we've published several informational articles into the local newspapers. Last year, Over-It restarted an earlier Greenpeace petition to support the closing of the landfill in 2022. That earlier petition that was taken over had 1,700 signatories. The new petition, as at date, has got 405 more signatories. Also, the members of the Over-It group have walked the streets and have acquired a further 300 signatories. Those 300 have been submitted through individual submissions, so with their individual submissions. That's through Rachel Selby from Parurakawa Marae, Vid Bold, the chair of HPA, or Hokio Progressive Association, and Charles Rudd, who you've heard from earlier. Significantly, this is a total of around 2,500 people supporting the closure of the landfill. That speaks volumes for the level of passion and the desire to see this landfill closed. I'm very heartened personally around the number of submissions that have been received and the percentage that supports option one to close the landfill now. I think from doing a rough count, it's nearly 95% of the submissions have been positive towards closing a landfill this year. So that's really, I guess, looking at it really does reflect a very strong community desire to close the landfill. And my individual submission contains many reasons why I support permanent closure. I'd like to just touch on a few of those. And a lot of them are personal and passionate reasons. Obviously the odour has been pretty dreadful, but really seeing the impact on the local residents has been, it's left an indelible mark on me. And I have to say, befriending and assisting Earl and Gwen Grange when they were locked in a dreadful situation in their property adjacent to that landfill. And a number of years they fought, and then the community helped fight for them to basically get them out of it was just dreadful. It really left a lasting impression. It really cemented for me that the regional and district councils have really treated the community very poorly in that regard. They've really, they had a disregard for the well-being of the community. It's left a very bad taste, and it's driven a really significant divide between the community and the council. Other obvious points, the landfill itself is really poorly situated. It's been very badly managed. And contrary to the original business case for the landfill's existence, it doesn't earn $500,000 a year in income, as was touted by the mayor at the time, I believe, Mayor Duffy. It's actually incurred an incredible financial cost to ratepayers, and it's also, that's not even taking into account any of the social and environmental costs that have never been factored until now. I supported the signing of the agreement in 2019, I think it was an agreement with HECA and a few other parties to the Environment Court action. I think the reason I supported that was not that I had any trust in HDC, because I certainly didn't. I don't think the community had any, but we were at a stalemate and we really had to do something different to try and get this thing progressed. Unfortunately, I feel very relieved that the expert opinions and reports from Burl and Morrison Solutions have come in so positively in regards to closing this landfill. When I look at the statement of proposal that was presented from those reports, and I think it was on something like, I think it's page 9, and it's called How the Options Compare. When you look at option 1, they're a complete win, if you like. They're highest ranks on all 7 of the categories in the that were evaluated. Only one other option has an equal ranking on one of them, but really the other 2 options are very poor in comparison. And just lastly, I'm really concerned that if option 1 isn't chosen, that basically there's going to be ongoing environmental and social impact and damage. There's also a risk to ratepayers in the sense that there's ongoing costs of potential litigation. There's still an environmental court hearing and action that can be reignited. There's also significant unknown costs moving forwards of reviews, increasing costs of running an inefficient and non-compliant landfill, including the increasing costs of carbon emissions, which are only going to increase over time. Look, I tēnā koe to the various people that have had passion about Hokio Beach. I love Hokio Beach. We've had a property there for many years. I love the people, the community, and I have passion for the environment and for social justice. That's why I support option 1, closing the landfill in 2022. Look, I really appreciate the time that I've had to talk here. Thank you very much. And very, very welcome to answer or take any questions. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Peter. Look, it's always good to hear from those that especially have recent additions, and 15 years is probably a pretty recent addition to the area, so it's great to hear your views. Any questions from any councillors? Ross.
Kia ora, Ross.
Good afternoon, Peter, and thanks for your submission. Just a couple of points, just a bit of clarity on. You'll notice in the report of Morrison Solutions, and listen, one of the major points from the people that certainly want the landfill closed as soon as possible has been odour. But you'll notice it in that report, and it's interested in your views on it as a local. There's been no verified odour complaints for 4 years, since 2017. Just like your comments on that. And also in your submission, you talk about the bore water that's now coloured brown and stinks and appears in this. You're blaming the landfill for that. Is there any scientific evidence of that being a factor in the bore water at Hokia Beach?
Kia ora, thanks, Ross. Look, from the point of view of the odour, there's obviously been some money spent on relieving the odour. The reality of the reporting system that was put in place, or not put in place, however you look at it, there are still odour issues. There are still complaints, and there'll be other people speaking to those. I would agree it's probably improved. And it's not surprising it's improved because there's been a hell of a lot of money spent on it. For example, hundreds of thousands of dollars on a flare, etc. The reality of the situation is that there's been a long, I guess, mistrust with reporting of odour because there's nobody on site, and by the time somebody comes down to try and verify it, the reality is it's either gone or nobody bothers coming. So it's a bit of a no-win situation to report odour. So there's actually no motivation for the locals to report any odour any longer. We're tired. We're burnt out from that process, which hasn't been really followed in any way. There has been offers of training somebody local in the community to verify or not, but that has not been taken up by either council. Now, the second one was about the bore. Look, there is no scientific evidence. I'm not a scientist. All I have is the evidence I've seen of that bore water. I don't know if it's associated to the landfill in particular, but it is certainly a sign of environmental damage. This is a reality. And look, I'll be frank. The landfill is not the only environmental damage that's happening in the Horowhenua. As you're well aware, Lake Horowhenua is extremely badly polluted. And, who knows what comes down that stream, Hokia stream, and the colours you see in the froth, and, it could be the stuff coming out of the township. Who knows? But the reality is all I'm doing there is highlighting the fact that there is other indicators of environmental damage.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problems. Kia ora, Ross.
Quick question, Perry.
Just a quick question around your petition that you spoke of, and most of it done online. I've signed the odd one in my time, and there is usually an option to also comment. And was that the case for your petition? And was there any suggestions by these people around what should happen to the rubbish if the landfill closed? Like where should it go, or do you even have ideas?
No, kia ora, Perry. Look, I don't know. I'm not a favour with how the petition was set up. All I'm aware of is the numbers. As far as I work in the environmental space, our company usefully is working with end-of-life textiles, and we have a lot to do with landfills and et cetera. So from my opinion, from my professional life, there's a lot of, and I will call, this is probably not the best way to put it, but fanciful ideas about what can be done with waste at that site, green waste, et cetera. There's a lot of talk. Also, I've read a few other submissions around waste to energy. The reality of those sorts of things is that I can tell you now, I'm also a EHF, Edmund Hillary Fellow, and we've got people in our fellowship who do these waste to energy schemes in the US. I can even point you towards companies, and I know for a fact that the size of landfill and the volume of waste will not work for that solution. It's good to have ideas. I honestly believe at this stage, closing the landfill and keeping obviously the transfer station to logistically transport waste to a more efficient landfill is the best outcome that could possibly happen. And that's, ideally in the future, it'd be great to not have anything going to landfill. The reality of the government's position is waste to energy is not really in their wheelhouse, and that's for various reasons. So I think ideally for the Horowhenua is to close that, remediate the environment, take the waste to a more efficient landfill, and really spend some money and concentrate on making the environment better and waste minimisation and other initiatives around that space. I agree with the composting could be done, but it's whether it's economic in a single site for green waste, I'd highly doubt it.
Appreciate those comments. Thanks, Peter, and thank you for your time today. It's been great. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you.
So the next presenter on our list was Bernadette Casey, but has just received an apology from her. So we're now moving to Jacinta Liddell, which is submission number 5. And hopefully Jacinta's coming shortly. Oh, it's Kerry. Can you hear me, Kerry? Oh, hello, Jacinta. You just need to turn yourself on, off mute. That's it.
Right. How's that?
That's great. Okay, so thanks for being with us today, and 10 minutes is yours, so away you go.
Thank you, Mayor Bernie and councillors, for this opportunity to speak. I'm going to come from a place of heart and soul, as usual, and I'm going to focus on one issue only, and that is the consultation process itself. So 20 years ago, the NLG came about as a result of action in the Environment Court by people who had already been concerned for a number of years about the environmental damage being caused by the landfill. So since then, over the 20 years, there have been countless consultative meetings. There have been countless petitions. There have been a large number of submissions to the council processes. There's even been a street demo or two, and there's been further action in the Environment Court. So all these consultative processes have been fed by lots of people. They've been fed by groups who have been part of the NLG process. So those groups are WECA and HECA and the Horowhenua Ratepayers Association, and there are people that I actually haven't even heard of, groups that have come and gone, something like a cooperative society, and then there's been the Hokio Residents Association, and there's the Hokio A Trust, and that's my point I'm trying to make is that there have been lots and lots of people involved in the consultation process over the years. And I've come up with a metaphor which can describe what engaging with council processes can be like. And it's like wading through sludge, uphill, through a minefield, carrying 20 people on your back. It's hard work. So during these processes, some people have stayed the distance. They were there at the beginning, they're still here because it's their passion and it's their life's work. For others have come and gone. And a lot of people have come in for a while, done their bit and gone because they've burnt out in the process. Sensitive individuals who can't stand the brutality of the processes. So I just want to point out something to you. On page 15 of the landfill agreement, I'm mentioned by name. Point 10.3, it says, HDC will initiate direct discussions with Catherine Sullivan and Jacinta Liddell about potential Levin landfill odour effects and options to mitigate potential effects at their properties. Now, I don't really expect a council to initiate discussion with an individual. So I'm going to let you off that one, but I'm not going to let you off anything else that is in the agreement. So I want you to know that upon occasion, there is still an odour out here. So our property is 2 kilometres as the crow flies from the landfill. And when we first moved out here, the odour was horrendous. It was so bad that I thought we weren't going to be able to stay here. However, when that tower thingy was put at the landfill, the odour was largely improved. But even still, when there's been a period of rain over a few days, the smell is still there. And I'm very familiar with the landfill odour. I can distinguish it from the other country odours that are around, like Peter Everton's lovely cow manure fertiliser and the odour from the piggery up the road. So I expect to be believed. There are times when there is still an odour, even I know that there hasn't been rubbish put into the landfill for a while, but even still, there is an odour. So it is in breach of the consent conditions. And I believe that odour comes from when the water levels rises from the waters and the land itself, from all the toxicity that has built up out here. So although it says in the agreement that the landfill must be closed by 2025 at the latest, that's actually not okay. 3 more years damage to the environment, that's not an option. It's not an option for Little Levin. It's not an option on a global level for us to keep damaging the environment. There are other communities who are doing it. They're doing what they need to do. They're creating a circular economy with their waste, recycling all their waste. So that's what we have to be getting on with. So I've just come here to say one thing, and that's to beg you, on my knees if I must, please, please, do not burn through any more people by spending time, money, and energy laboriously consulting the community. Tick the box and get on with it. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jacinta, for that concise and clear direction in terms of where you sit on the matter. Has any councillor got any questions or comments? Ross.
Thanks, Jacinta, and it's interesting you touch on the odour matter. When's the last time you made a complaint to the regional council about the odour? If you could let us know that.
Probably about 6 weeks ago, I actually engaged in that process quite diligently for a few years. But then I just got, I couldn't do it any longer. It just seemed like a waste of my time. And I was always worried about, what level the odour was at. Was it serious enough to call out Horizons or wasn't it? And I called them out a couple of times, and by the time they got here, it had gone, and I felt like an idiot. I just felt stupid. And so I couldn't engage in that process anymore. So I left it for a year or two. But actually about 6 weeks ago, when there was a lot of rain, I smelt it again, and I thought, I just don't believe it. It's still going on, even though, there's no rubbish being dumped out there at this moment. So I did ring the Horizons, but I thought, I actually can't continue doing this. I'm burnt out.
Thank you. And secondly, you talk about, and listen, I totally understand the passion of wanting the landfill closed now. I get that. The issue, I guess, for me and others will be that we're not sending our waste to some magic place now where it's going to disappear and not have any environmental effects. We're sending it to someone else's backyard. Does that sit okay with you?
No, it doesn't. It's not the answer. There is only one answer, and that is to do what other communities are doing, and that is actually to really grapple with the issue and say, hang on, we're actually creating all this rubbish, and we have to find a way to recycle what we're using, to actually stop it at manufacturing point, to actually stop the goods and things we're using. That's at a government level to do that, but we have to find a way of using the mess that we've already used. We've got to use that up in useful ways. But landfill technology, it's gone, it's outdated, it's proven itself again and again to just harm the environment. So no, I'm not comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jacinda. We appreciate your time and for the way that is you put that, and hopefully things will improve.
Yes, I remain hopeful. You guys can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's out. So our next submitter is Vivian Tauihi, and that is submissions number 70 and 72. Can you hear me, Vivian?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So there we are. I can see you now. That's good.
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
There I am. In the far distant, yes. So welcome to our submissions hearing, and we have 10 minutes, so we're in your hands.
Okay. Well, as you know, my submission was to close the landfill as soon as possible, and the reasons for it are the fact that the groundwater is breaching the consent conditions, where it's gone past the boundary of the landfill. It's number one, and its natural flow is into the Hokio stream. Or, I think it flows northwest. And plus there is discharge into surface water from the Tartana drain that was discharging into surface water, and there is actually you don't have a resource consent for discharge to surface water. Plus, in terms of, this is really in complete breach of Mopuk's customary rights, whether they're land rights, water rights, fishing rights. It breaches every one of them. Back, I think it was when the Hasno Act was introduced in 1994, I think it was, the Horowhenua District Council had an amnesty where they allowed people to drop off chemicals that were no longer legal. And at that time, the council allowed for industries in Taranaki to bring in their illegal chemicals. And I think it was one of the big chemical companies from over there. Actually, there was truckloads of drums, 44-gallon drums with crosses, the skull and crossbones on them. And they're right on the edge of the landfill, on the most northern side. And of course, any leakage from there, etc., is going to go into the stream, and that's something that needs to be fixed straight away. In terms of the Hokio Township Trust submission, we're an affected party downstream because we get affected by bird droppings that, from the seagulls that fly from the landfill over the township and pool over the roofs and of course affect people's water. People who are on tank water. The groundwater out there is already, the shallow aquifers, the regional council's already said that the shallow aquifers are highly contaminated. And I just really can't see any good reason to keep it open any longer than it has to be. I mean, you can ask Peter Hurrier. He bought the HASNO Act and the amnesty up in a few meetings we've had with council, but there's been no response. I attended a landfill neighbourhood meeting at the council, and Jenny Ryan was the mediator there, and we requested as much information as we could about whether council had a resource consent for discharge to surface water or whether they were doing anything about it, but we've had no response whatsoever. So, as an owner in the Hokio Stream, the land underneath, we have customary land rights where our land shouldn't be getting contaminated by anything. And as far as I can see, whether it's the groundwater that's breached the boundary of the landfill, or whether it's the surface water entering the water that lands any contaminants will end up on our land, well, I can't see how you can say you've got permission. I know you were consulting with Pariraukaua only on this matter, where I don't believe there's been sufficient consultation with Maipuka whatsoever, but the reasons for that I'm not sure, but I think it's been a terrible process. We pulled out because council refused to let Maipuka do a cultural impact report. Raukawa were given the right to do a cultural impact report. We weren't. And I think the whole process has been flawed. And I definitely know that our customary land rights and our customary water rights are being completely breached. And if you have a look at the decisions of 1975 of Mr. Joe Tukapua versus Fisheries and the 78 decision of Mr. Ike Williams versus Fisheries, clearly stated there when there's a conflict between Crown law and customary law, that customary law overrides Crown law. However, this district council seems to completely ignore those precedents. It seems to completely ignore customary rights, customary law whatsoever. And the other issue I had is the drainage scheme. I don't know, when the council did its review in 2008, the drainage scheme was expanded from 350 hectares to 5,400 and something hectares. Now, I'm not sure what comes off the landfill in terms of drainage, but what that effectively does by putting it under the drainage scheme is it allows these sorts of discharges to carry on without resource consent. So there's so many issues that are really in the grey area that I just, there's no way that our hapu or the Hokio land trusts, we've got land on either side of the stream that the groundwater in those areas will have been impacted because of the fact that your groundwater is breaching the boundary, and yet there's been no approach to the Hokio Trust to test our groundwater or anything whatsoever. So people living out at Hokio, their fresh water supplies are under threat because of the landfill. Basically, that's really all I've really got to say. other than your the landfill itself is part of ancient Maupoko Wāhi Tapu, and the stream is as well. But this has never been taken into account. It's never been acknowledged, and it's never been provided for. And I just can't see how this is good relationships with Māori. So that's my submission to you.
Thank you. I suppose my only comment is we can't relitigate or go back and change what has occurred in the past. We are talking about the future of the landfill, and hopefully that's what we're going to sort out. So Councillor Tukapua's got a question for you.
Surely you should understand, Bernie, that the future of it depends on how well you've run the landfill in the past.
I appreciate that. Councillor Tukapua.
Right. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Vivian. I just have one question, and you touched on the future in terms of remediation or the types of works to do beyond a closure, and that was specifically these drums, if in fact they are there, which is actually a type of landfill mining. So are you saying you're quite prepared or would support going in and removing those things, like actually dig it, because it's quite the exercise you're suggesting, but I'm not saying it can't be done. It's very sensitive, and I just want to understand, would you support removing the bad stuff?
Well, I think that would be part of the post-closure of cleaning up the dangerous things that are already there. I mean, we've been asking for this to be looked into for years and it hasn't been, but I think in terms of a post-closure plan, that would have to be included, because the old landfill's not lined. And so if those drums do rust and corrode and start leaking, it'll be straight into the stream and straight out into the sea. I mean, our kai moana is already seriously affected simply by the discharges that are going into the sea via the Hokio stream, via any runoff out there, via the pot, etc. There's already tests coming back showing the impact on the shellfish and seafish. So there's all these cumulative effects that are affecting our ability to gather kai out there now. And if those drums do break, rupture for whatever reason, it's going to be a disaster. So I was looking more at the post-closure plan that you would have for the landfill and the need to take those into account.
One last question, Bernie, if I may. Are you comfortable with Levin or us taking our waste to another landfill, another territory, effectively just
comfortable? Yeah, I don't think anyone's particularly comfortable with us, sending our waste anywhere else. But you can't keep. We either change the way we deal with our waste, so that there's none of this going into the landfill, which I can't say happening. But as Maupoko, we have really had enough damage done to our taonga and Wāhi Tapu by its existence here. I mean, we opposed the original landfill consent way back. So this isn't something new. This isn't something new I'm saying today. This is something we've been saying for a long time, and I'm not the only Maupoko that's had this to say about the landfill. Right.
Ross.
Kia ora, Vivian. Thank you for this.
Hi, Ross.
There's just a question around the leachate and the groundwater. You're talking about the contamination. Do I take it from what you're saying, and the opinion of the trust, is that is coming from the new landfill as well into the Hokio, to drain into the Hokio stream? Is that what you're saying? That's coming from the new landfill, not the old landfill?
It must be the old landfill. If the new landfill's lined and there's no leachate coming out, it must still be the old landfill.
Sure. So my question then would be immediate closure of the new landfill is not going to stop that problem, is it?
Well, it depends on how safe the liners are, I suppose. And it depends.
Currently.
But it's not just it's the fact that, for example, JB's discharges its sewage straight onto the ground, not into the cells, into the new cells. They discharge into the ground. So that's not going to stop, is it?
Sure. Yep, it's just asking your opinion. And secondly, you're talking about the drums. There's talk about those drums, those contaminated drums. That is also in the old landfill, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, the old dump. It's not a landfill, it's dump, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Vivian.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Appreciate your time as always, and thank you for your representing who you do and what you say and these sorts of matters. It is appreciated. Thank you.
And while I've got the opportunity, just to remind you again that the Maupuko Tribal Authority does not represent the interests of Ngāti Tamarangi Hapu.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. So our next submitter was going to be Kiana Marino Morris, but has not appeared. So our final submission before a break will be Greg Carline from the Capitalist Group. And Greg, you're just coming online. Welcome, Greg. How are you?
Good, thank you very much. I hope you're all well there too.
Cool. Okay, so we've had nearly a couple of hours of this, so you're our last one before a little break, so let's get into it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it's been a very long day. I've only really got a few comments to make as a follow-up to the submission made for the project management group, and just to emphasise a number of things that we made in that submission. So it's in that space that I speak to you today. So, Niawanda and councillors, thanks for this opportunity, and also thank you for taking time with us last year as we were exploring what is an incredibly tough decision in front of council. And for Jenny Rowan and David, your acting chief executive, David also, Lisa and Sam, we really appreciate the process that the council is running through to make this difficult decision. So the key issues I'd raise are that, first of all, the role of the project management group, just to reinforce it, it represents a diverse range of stakeholders, and while it might not always have seemed that way, it is a constructive and collegial way to try and resolve difficult issues that we've been facing with this landfill for a considerable period of time, most predating most of you as councillors and staff as well. So the PMG for a large part has been really positive in what it's produced, and it considers it's had a positive impact on the options that you're thinking about right now. Key for the project management group is that we're really dealing with 50 odd years of degradation within the rohi of the Hokio, and that's affected any number of parties. Many of them have spoken to you today, and I know others will be speaking to you soon, so I'm not going to repeat that, but that's the context in which we're having these discussions, and council is thinking about its decision for the future of this site. And We absolutely endorse the council's preference and our primary observation that the landfill should be closed, and that it's adopted that view in the documentation that we've seen to this point. And we think there's a number of really key reasons why that should occur, and that option of immediate landfill closure should be adopted. That includes the fact that the cultural impacts of early closure are at the lowest end, and the benefits accrue immediately of closure. We've had that experience over this past few months by council's been both cleaning up at the site and it's not been receiving waste. And I've set out a number of other reasons in the submission why we think that option 1 should be adopted. But there's a couple of other key ones there, so I don't repeat them all. I think importantly to this council and this community, it's economically sound to do so. And it's strategically important because it lines up with the national directions in waste management. And I've had the fortunate opportunity to review the submissions across the range that have come in. Obviously, the vast majority of submissions support immediate closure. But that issue of sending waste out of the district is really important to both the submitters we represent through the PMG, but also to the community at large. And we respect that's an issue, but it's an issue that can be resolved without having to delay the immediate decision that you've got in front of you. And we think it should be taken. We think there are a number of really immediate risks if the landfill stays open. And in our view, from the advice we've received and evidence we've viewed, the landfill is still non-compliant, and that's a challenge. And I know that the staff are working really hard to bring it into compliance. That was part of the reason for the process that we're in right now and keeping waste out. I think that was really mature and is bearing fruit, but we've got a long way to go. And to that end, while we think that the report that was produced by the consulting team for council was, accurate and constructive and helpful to the general issue, I think it still downplays the concerns held by the PMG around losses to the environment from what we call the closed dump. It's not the modern landfill that we're all thinking about, but we've always thought about the landfill being the closed dump and the new modern lined landfill. And so we can't separate those things out. We do for management purposes, but for the remediation and restoration that we need to undertake, we don't. And so there are still non-compliance at their site. And the reason that we often hear that the impacts are less than some of us might be saying they are is because it's occurring in an already degraded environment. So if you're polluting something that's already polluted, it's hard to make it seem worse. But I think the council and community has aspirations that are far beyond that and are taking all of the steps that are required to get us into a better place. That includes not just HDC, but Horizons Regional Council. So that's really important. I guess the last comment I'd make, just looking at the submissions that have been in front of us, is that, as I referred to earlier, a number of submitters have suggested a delay in your decision, and that might allow for council to explore some of the issues they've raised in submissions. The project management group, and I'm not sure what other submitters have said today, but certainly the project management group thinks that's unwise, that you've got the material you need in front of you to make a decision now, and also that the fundamentals associated with landfill closure are not going to change no matter how much you investigate them. It's not economic, it's environmentally unwise, and all those other things that we've raised. And one of the ones that particularly comes to light in the material that's provided to you is that council needs to engage with iwi, and if it engages with iwi, there might be a way through. And I'm sure you've heard from the iwi that are most affected that they are not keen on that path at all, and that the relationship they're building and rebuilding with council is constructive at the present time, and that's where the focus needs to be. So yes, some of those issues exist, but they should be resolved outside of this process. I think the decision from council to close the landfill provides a really fresh start for the council and community that you all really need. And whether we're talking about the pot, Levin Landfill, or any other stormwater discharges, any other number of really challenging issues, Council's on the right path to have the sort of relationship it needs with stakeholders, iwi and the community at large, to resolve those things in a constructive way, and that hasn't always been the case in the past few years. So, we just spoke last week with your acting chief executive and the PMG team about the apology process and how we make that really positive, really constructive, and the next big step after the council makes its decision to close the landfill after this special consultative process. So we think that with that closure, with a restorative justice process, that you've got a community that's going to stand alongside you for all of the other things that are coming Horowhena's way. So that's a really short summary of our submission. As you know, Wanda, I could go on for hours, but I know you've heard it and you've read it. So I'm very happy to answer any questions you might have and wish you all the best with the process you've got ahead.
Thank you, Greg. Look, I suppose, can I have the opportunity of asking the first question? And it's more around how I know this, the landfill agreement was signed in 2019. In fact, it's almost 3 years since that was done.
Yeah.
And there will be some questions, no doubt, around the process and whether it's been robust enough and whether it's been appropriate. Have you got any comments to make about that and what's occurred over the last few years?
Sure. I think there's two bits where people say, is it robust enough? One is the way in which the project management, in which the agreement was arrived at. And for the community's part, it was a really tough place and it was a really big risk to enter that arrangement with council. But I think by my observation over the last few years as the group's been operating, it's been transparent and constructive, and a great deal's been achieved, not the least of which we are at this critical decision right now. Everything that the project management group has done since day one is in the public domain, and people can see what we've done as a team and how we perform. The PMG is reporting to its stakeholder group, which is open to any member of the public, and we've always sought the opportunities to meet with councillors and yourself, and we've been given those opportunities. So I think that if I haven't got David Moore beside me, but I think if David or Jenny were here, they would say, that they would like to have seen things done faster. But I think these are really hard decisions and they do take time. And to be at this point within a couple of years is really satisfying and demonstrates the amount of work that's been done by all parties, councillors foremost.
Thank you, appreciate that. David.
Yeah. Greg, thank you for your submission on behalf of the Project Management Group. You'll recall that when Council decided on option 1 as its preferred position for consultation, it was not unanimous around the Council table.
Yes.
And among the views which challenged that, there was some support for option 2. Although option 1 clearly is greenlit and therefore carries a lot of mana with it, option 2 nonetheless is middle ranked for everything except one of the 7 criteria. We're talking about a 3-year difference. Now, you talked briefly towards the end of your presentation about the reasons perhaps not to support option 2. But could I put it to you that there were some strong opinions about taking some time to challenge the report? Robust, the Morrison Solution report, there were some people who said, look, we actually want to challenge that. We want to get some other views. I'm talking about councils around the table. So my question to you is, could you talk in more detail, a bit more sharply, about what would be lost by delaying for a further 3 years if the trade-off for that is to have much clearer and more transparency around interrogating the report?
Yes, thanks for that opportunity. Well, I think for a start, the process has been transparent. We sat with the Morrison Solutions team on a number of occasions, as you did, through the process, and they were very careful about what was disclosed to us and how they worked with us. And I'd say it caused us a level of dissatisfaction that we couldn't see more than we did see. And we saw the point they had got to after you saw it, which is completely the way it should be. But I can't imagine a process of evaluation that could be more thorough than what we've all been through. It hasn't just been Morrison Solutions, the work that Tessa and others have done, along with their subcontractors, but the project management group itself, through the agreement, has commissioned a great deal of research over the past few years, which it's reported to you. So that's feedback from iwi, a number of iwi, feedback from the community, and our own investigations of environmental restoration solutions. So that work's all in play, and it's hard to imagine there being more that you could recover over this next 3 years to better inform that decision. And I think there's also an enormous challenge in starting that landfill back up. It's been closed for a number of months now. In order to restart, the council will have to commission, as I understand it, well in excess of $1 million and open a new cell. And for that cell to be economic, it might have to be open for a considerable period longer than that. And there are all of the outstanding issues associated with compliance, which have been with that landfill for some decades, and we're familiar with those. So I think the challenge is enormous. I'm not personally particularly happy at the notion that all that waste comes to Bonnie Glen, which is just a few kilometres from where I live, but I do know a bit about Bonnie Glen, and I can see why, if it were that landfill and not another site you contract to, I can see why it would go there in preference to the Levin Landfill because of the standard of aftercare that occurs at that site. So I'm not sure if I can add a great deal more. We had certainly talked with council officers about the notion that at that site, the opportunity for disposing of biosolids or green waste or clean fill might be options that were considered, but I think they could be dealt with discreetly and outside of this major decision that you have to make. And the PMG was certainly open to those notions and was really cognizant of the potential cost savings in that space if it's something the council wanted to explore further.
Thanks, Greg. I appreciate your time. Councillor's prepared to ask more questions, but just realise that you're cutting down your break time, okay? Ross.
There's been a few no-shows, Bernie, so I'm sure we can take care of it. It's such a important matter. Greg, thanks. And listen, I think one of the frustrations for some of us is the fact that what you touched on before, that all of a sudden the landfill's closed, and to some extent perhaps has taken some of the choice away to some extent of councillors in a democratic situation we're in. But regardless of that, and listen, noting what you've just earlier said, still come back to the fact that we have a landfill agreement with the PMG for till 2025, and council are bound to that obviously, and been reminded of that many times from the PMG and others. Do I then take it if there was a vision or a thought of councillors to perhaps support option 2? I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying, if there was, would I then take it that the PMG would be pretty vehemently against that, despite the fact that we have a binding 2025 agreement? Just touching on that. And I think the other thing you touched on before, which you said we can't get away from it. And if you look through the submissions that we've seen, and a great deal of them do still mix the old dump. It's not a landfill; it's an old dump with the new landfill, and really does confuse that thinking and that clear, in my view, that clear decision making around mixing those two things. And you said it's hard to separate, but we need to separate it because it is a separate conversation. But that doesn't seem to be coming into it as well. So, just your thoughts on that, please.
Sure, there's two things there, Ross. The first is closure at 2025 or before, and that's obviously where the PMG's been working. And so to see it closing earlier is certainly in line with the goal of the PMG. So that is the preference, and we think that that's logical and is supported by the documentation you've got. And I'm not so sure of the reason that council closed it, in the way you're describing it, but we accepted the view that the previous chief executive set out for us, which was a new cell would have to be opened, that there was an economic alternative, and it gave everyone the breathing room because the site was non-compliant. And when you go to your second issue, which is separating the two, the old and the new landfill, yes, they can be separated, but when you look at those sites, the odour issue was largely generated from the new landfill, the modern landfill, whereas the leachate issue is largely generated from the closed landfill, the Tartana drain and other sites. So those things do get mixed up. We've got the ability between us all to separate those matters out, but when it's summarised, it goes to the overall environmental performance at that site. So certainly the PMG, when we do our reporting, we do it by consent condition, and some of the consents relate to the old landfill and some to the new landfill. So our work is pretty disciplined and kind of publicly available in that space, and we try to keep it that way. If you look at the new landfill, though, the non-compliance at that site for a considerable period of time now has been significant and ongoing. We've still seen nothing in the last few months to convince us it's been addressed. I understand it has, but we will need to explore that in terms of capping and the sorts of things that address odour. And it's hard to imagine how you could operate it in a different way that would be so different to what we've experienced over this past decade or two.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ross.
Perry.
This is a bit of a follow-up from Councillor David Allen's questions around the timing between 2022 and 2025 and being able to, I guess, investigate further the report and I guess some of the other options that didn't come to the fore, and also this point you make about delaying is unwise. My question is, you acknowledge the issue of sending waste out of the district. You're not the only ones raised it. Lots of people have raised it, but you say it can be resolved. So could you expand on that, how you propose it being solved? Because I have a level of dissatisfaction around how we do things beyond the decision. Like if it was to close, we're between a rock and a hard place and have no real, because we've not had that discussion, and it's difficult to say for certain, okay, well, this is, ultimately a solution because we're going to do X, Y, Z beyond this. But there is nothing. We haven't got any of that other than, ship it off. And I'm not sure if you'll recall, but I asked the question of PMG and the process with Morrison Solution. Did any of you ask Ngāti Apa if they're okay with receiving our waste? That's the iwi, that's their territory up there in Bonnie Glen. And the answer I got was, no, nobody asked. So how can you say that it was thorough and transparent?
Yes, there's another series of questions, but to start at the beginning, the existing landfill is simply not fit for purpose as it's currently operated and run, and it is some years behind being capable of doing so. And I think that the report from Morrison Solutions and certainly the reporting from the PMG demonstrates that. And so that would be an enormous challenge financially and environmentally to catch up with that. But just to remind you again what I said to Councillor Brannigan, there is an opportunity there for council in relation to clean fill because it has an economic advantage to bring in green waste and potentially dispose of biosolids for a period of time, which has got a very high cost to move out of the district. But in relation to shipping material out of the district and into the district I'm in, Rangitikei, no one contacted Ngāti Apa, no one spoke to Pāhia or the leadership of Ngāti Apa in relation to that. The assumption is that there's an audited, functioning landfill within the district that's taking that waste, and it's suitable for that purpose, where at the moment the Levin Landfill could not achieve that. And I guess I've started, whether it's our three waters or waste, to some degree, those boundaries that we have at a district level for you as governors and administrators, they are to some degree an artifice when we're thinking about waste management and when we're thinking about some of the other resources that we have to manage. Our rivers don't acknowledge boundaries, our maunga certainly don't, and some of the streams of materials we produce, waste being one of them, there's enormous benefits in having that collated and brought to a place to be managed on a more cohesive basis. There's the significant opportunity that's available to Horowhenua beyond shipping its waste out and making it someone else's problem is to reduce the waste stream. And I think the PMG and others have talked about that at length. Having a competent waste management strategy in place for the district and holding the community accountable for that will have a significant benefit to the environment of the lower North Island, of which we're all a part. And that's a long enough road as it is. Decent recycling initiatives and reduced waste streams from council itself and community and industry, which is a big producer.
Appreciate your time, Greg. We thank you again, and we'll no doubt be talking again soon.
Kia ora, and best of luck to you all. And
yeah, thank you. Councillors, that brings us to the end of part one of our submissions hearing. So I think we will resume at 20 to 5, 4:40. Thank you. We're just waiting for Leonie to sign in. Looks like she's having issues.
Yeah.
Leonie is number 86. And she's been trying to connect to audio for the last 30 seconds or so, so she might be having some issues. Just a bad connection out of it. Oh, I think she might have gone. Got on. Leonie, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Welcome. Hello.
Hello. So, yeah, sorry we're running just slightly behind what we had anticipated, but we're into part 2 now, so you're away if you'd like.
Okay. Well, as I stated in my submission, I voted for an immediate closure. I'm sure I don't need to go over the years of evidence that has been conveyed to the council from the community groups about the impact the landfill is having on the local environment. And I think it's been clearly identified by central government that local bodies have failed pretty miserably to protect the land and the waterways, and Horowhenua District Council has certainly allowed that to happen in this district. For example, just take the lake, the Arawhata stream, and Lake Papaitonga, and the Hokio Beach stream, and likely the ocean. Hokio Beach residents have had to put up with their land and their waterways being polluted by the toxic waste from the landfill for years. And it is now not only timely but right thing to do to close the landfill now. I just have a wonder about whether it's been considered that ratepayers, if the landfill closes and it continues to our waste transferred to the Martin landfill, whether or not our rates would be increased. My understanding is Masterton have transferred their waste to Martin and it has not resulted in an increase in ratepayers, so just wondering about that part. And my other question would be, if you don't close it now and continue to use it, what would be the difference in the cost from closing it now and beginning the remediation as opposed to in 5 or 10 years' time when the inevitable has to happen, what that cost would be then? That's probably all I've got to say, really.
Okay, thank you. Is any questions from any councillors? Harry.
Oh, just wondering whether, at the very least, her first question would be answered around should they be expecting a rates increase on solid waste for early closure, or is officers going to answer that?
That was part of the report that was done, and my understanding is that for option one, the estimated rates impact from 2022-23 for urban properties will be $71.51, and for option two it would have been $67.84, and option three $67.84. And I think a lot of costs will be associated not only with the transport but also the aftercare costs that the landfill will have. So that's on page 10 of the statement of proposal, the future of Levin Landfill. I'm not sure about Marston. I'd need to understand that, what their things were.
Yeah, that was my understanding, that when I looked at the Masterton one, that they'd had no increase in their rates as a result of transferring the waste to Martin.
Okay. Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Leonie. You talked about the leachate, etc., the contamination into the waterways. So you're aware that the current landfill is fully lined and there's absolutely no evidence that it's contaminating the waterways at all. Any leachate's captured, etc. But certainly the old dump, which is not a landfill, it's an old dump, is certainly doing that, contaminating the waterways. There's no doubt about that. So the closure of the current landfill is not going to mitigate that. You're aware of that, Leonie, aren't you?
You talk about the lining and that, but what guarantee do you have about that not breaking down and causing issues, just like the old one has?
The old one's not lined at all. The new one is lined and is guaranteed for, I think it's 50 years at least, as I understand it.
Okay, no, I didn't know that part, that it's guaranteed for 50 years. No, thank you.
Thank you, and I'm happy for one of the officers to correct me if I'm wrong on that, Tessa.
I don't believe that you describe it as guaranteed. It's got a design life, I think, of somewhere between 75 and 150 years. I'd have to go back and check on that. But yeah, it's a design life rather than a guarantee per se.
Okay.
The design life then, Leonie, close to guarantee for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. Any others? Okay, appreciate your time, Leonie. Thank you for your submission, and no doubt you'll be following the discussion in a couple of weeks' time closely.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next submission is David Moore, and David's number 87 and 110 as part of the Ngāti Parirakawa submission as well. Welcome, David. Can you hear me? Just need to unmute yourself, David.
Oh, I thought I had, but there we go.
There we go. Welcome.
All right, thank you. You can hear me?
I can. Yes.
All right.
All right. Floor is yours.
Look, first of all, kia ora koutou katoa, te kaunihera o Horowhenua. Greetings to you all. And thank you for this opportunity to make an oral submission on top of our written submissions. Firstly, I should mention that Rachel Selby, who was going to speak for Parirokawa and Ngāti Wāre Marae, has unable to be here today. So I'm in the position, I suppose, of being of having to speak on behalf of the whole of the Parirokawa and the Marae. And I've been environmental spokesman for them for many years, as probably some of you are aware. Look, let me just start by saying that this landfill has been pretty much a disaster right from the get-go, and has been a continual source of problems, litigation, complaints, as you are all very well aware, I'm sure. But going back to 20 years, and I think you heard Peter Everson say that even before it was opened, there were serious concerns about its appropriateness. We believe that the only way that this fiasco can be unravelled is by closing the landfill and undertaking a process of certainly restoration and remediation of the area, but also social and justice restoration. So we believe that HCC has full responsibility for what's happened at the landfill. Not you personally, but the District Council as a body has to be responsible for all the errors and omissions and bad management that's gone there over there for the last 20 years. And we believe that given that background and that track record, we have no confidence really that whatever you do in the future would be able to fix this up so that it could keep operating. So that's our basic stance. Our confidence has been eroded to the point where we don't believe the situation is fixable. The only thing that is possible is to close the landfill and stop the damage getting any worse, which is really what we're talking about. Now, some people have brought up the idea of alternative options, such as incineration or running a landfill by the district council operation within the council operation itself. These options were considered by Morrison Solutions and discounted as being impractical and unviable. We all know in the great scheme of things, the Hokio dump landfill is small, it's inefficient, it's in exactly the wrong place in terms of environmentally, and it's just not sustainable into the future. The other point that's been made is that the old dump, which is certainly a problem, it's a major problem, and the new landfill are completely separate. Well, they're not. The only difference between them is about 60 years. Okay, so landfill liners last between around 80 years, and that liner's been in there for 20 years now, so it's got another 60 years to go. And after 60 years, when that liner starts leaking, and there's no doubt about it, eventually it will start to leak, the leachate from the current landfill will start escaping uncontrollably into the porous sand country underneath. So in the time of our grandchildren, they will have a problem that they're going to have to face up to. Now, in our time, our obligation, I believe, is to not make that situation any worse than it is already. Okay, it's bad enough already. We have to close the landfill as the only way of preventing the damage getting worse. You know, there's 500,000 tonnes of rubbish in that landfill. You imagine how much leachate that will produce going out the bottom, and eventually that's going to end up in the Hokio stream and in the sea, which is not very far away. Okay, so we believe that the way that Horowhenua has an opportunity here to address the problem that you've inherited, I know, of what to do with your rubbish is to take a leaf out of a few other places, for instance, Kāwhia, Kaikoura, Hamilton City Council, it's a large city council. They've reduced the amount of rubbish going to their landfill by 50%. in the last few years, and they're on track to improve that again. Now, my understanding, the recent statistics said that Horowhenua produces about 15 or 20% more rubbish per head of population than average throughout the country, which says to me that we need to put a huge amount of effort into reducing the amount of waste, siphoning out green waste, removing construction waste, and then minimising and reusing other waste so that the amount that we have to get rid of is greatly and dramatically reduced. And I think the government movements in this direction are pretty clear. They're telling all councils, and I'm sure you know, that they're passing a new law which is going to prevent building waste, for instance, going into landfills. And if you remove wood waste and building waste from Hoki or landfill stream, it cuts the volume dramatically to make it even more unviable than it is already. Okay, so I think that, in my opinion, that if a major effort, we need to close this landfill, put a major effort in terms of finances and resources and creativity into reducing the amount of waste that our community produces. And of course, we have to put it somewhere. And my opinion, I know people rail against this, but Bonnie Glen is a state-of-the-art landfill. It's on sustainable ground. It's been subject to incredible oversight by the experts who all say that it's run well. It's got a minimal amount of methane escape from it, as opposed to the Hoki one, which has large amounts of methane escaping. And it's a state-of-the-art landfill, which I guess, is used by people from Taranaki to Wairarapa to Manawatu, and of course from Kapiti, which is south of us. So, it's a necessary situation, possibly not theoretically ideal, but we should see it as a transition period between having to take our rubbish to Bonnie Glen, and in the next few years work hard to reduce the amount of waste that we're producing, to recycle and reuse it, to get a composting system up and running, and so on. So that's my answer to the Bonnie Glen conundrum. And I think people will say, oh, that sounds wonderful, but it can be done. If you look into the Hamilton situation, you'll see that it can be done. The other option that I have heard touted is that we hold off for 3 years. Well, my response to that is that we've held off for several years. Nothing's been done by this council, and by kicking the can down the road, which is all we're doing, delaying a decision, putting it into someone else's lap, that is new elected members in 2 or 3 years' time, is not solving the problem at all. It's really only, putting Band-Aid on a cancer. And we just have to bite the bullet, and I encourage councillors to take their courage in both hands and say, by closing landfill, we're signalling to the community that we want to be an environmentally friendly place, that we are serious about cleaning up the damage that's been done in the past, and that we want to go forward with a positive image of minimisation and waste, reutilisation. So it seems to me that Horowhenua has an opportunity here to take the ball firmly in both hands and make a historic and creative decision. But we have to close this dump, which is absolutely unsustainable and unacceptable in the current climate. We know about dumps these days. There are lots of them all around the country. This is probably one of the more notorious, as we've heard it referred to. But if we close it, at least we're making the right signal and moving in the right direction. So that's my thing. Now, look, just one other point I wanted to add, and Rachel Selvey is not here, but Pare Raukawa is a hapu of Ngāti Raukawa, as probably all of you know. And we've been in that area since well before the Treaty of Waitangi. We have well-established ownership and settlement rights. We respect the fact that the Maupoko iwi are also part of the Horowhenua scene, and we are happy to work with them. We have been very active in this front, and it's, I guess, because that dump is, a few hundred metres from our marae. And we have a marae right on that Hokio stream, which has been, that stream suffered from pollution for 40 or 50 years. We signed the landfill agreement in good faith back in 2019. Other iwi and other people were offered the chance and encouraged to sign it. They declined to be involved. And that was their choice, still their choice. But it's a bit of a disappointment to see people now complaining that they haven't been involved. They've had every opportunity to be involved. And in fact, the community meetings at Hokio where we've held over the last several years have always been open to anybody to come along and give their opinion and be involved. So I just wanted to say that for Parirokawa, we are quite clear on our status, and our stance has always been opposed to this dump, and we're still opposed to it. And we hope that by closing it, that we'll be able to start a new relationship with the District Council on a positive note. Okay, so kia kaha koutou. Make a tough decision, but it's over to you.
Kia ora. Thank you. Time for a question if anyone has one. David, I just wondered whether you wanted to comment on the process over the last 3 years in terms of, do you think this has been a robust and diligent process and transparent?
Well, as I think you heard Greg Carline say earlier, the PMG, which was set up by the landfill agreement, has been totally transparent. We insisted on that. All the meeting minutes are fully open to public scrutiny in the public record. And so we would say that our side of the equation, that is the PMG, has been very open. I think in the past, District Council have been concentrated very much on defending the landfill and trying to keep it operating come hell or high water. Even though I think it's become obvious in recent years that is it's an unsustainable situation. And I guess when the court case was taken against the council back in 2018, and I'm sure your legal records will tell you that your lawyers recommended an out-of-court settlement because you were going to lose. It was a open and shut environmental court case. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, we would have liked to have moved faster. I personally, private enterprise sort of guy, I'm not a bureaucrat who I'd like to keep things moving. I accept the fact that there are restrictions on what councils do and how they have to go about things, and that's fair enough. But I think we've been through 3 years of negotiations, reports, discussions, consultations with everybody to the point of exhaustion. We came up with this final report, which Morrison's have sort of summarised, and I think it's the only way forward is to go with it. I mean, why would you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants and then not listen to them? So as far as I'm concerned, I've been involved, with NLG for 20 years and with the PMG for 3. It's been a difficult road at times, as you, Bernie, will well know. But I think we've tried to work constructively, and I think we've come to what I would like to think is a very promising or good conclusion.
Cheers. Thank you. Ross, did you have a question?
Yep, thanks. And thanks, David, for your work across this and the years of passion. And we see the passion and totally understand it. I guess the difficulty for us as councillors, as you all know, is we have a district-wide thing we have to look at around all our ratepayers and take that into account, which is obviously what we need to do and what I'm sure we all are doing. But a couple of questions out of what you've talked about. You talked about Now, I heard from Tessa earlier that the technical life of a landfill liner is 75 to 150 years. You've touched on 80 years, and I accept that with some research no doubt you've done. And I guess if we're talking about shipping our waste to somewhere else, that same will apply to the liners at Bonnie Glen. So they might have an 80-year life as well. So yeah, point being, obviously, we're shifting the issue from here to there. So get your thoughts on that. Secondly, the PMG, the landfill agreement is till 2025, which plainly council's bound to, and it's been commented, it's been part of the commentary for a long, long time, obviously. If the fact was that council, put this question to Greg Carline, if the council was to consider using that life of that landfill agreement and sticking to it as we should, would to explore opportunities that some might think have not been canvassed fully enough. What would your view and perhaps the view of the PMG and your view think of that?
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, look, as far as Bonnie Glen goes, I'm pretty certain they don't have a liner because they don't need one. Bonnie Glen is based on a clay soil, which is impervious. And so the leachate that comes out of the rubbish goes down to the clay and then is collected out the side and treated. So they don't need a liner. The clay provides a liner for a millennium, if you like, for hundreds of years, So I'm not absolutely certain, but I'm almost sure that they don't have a liner because they don't need one. Okay, so the second thing about that is that we would say that the current liner in the Hookio situation was damaged when it was put in. We know it was vandalised at the time. I remember seeing pictures in the paper and have seen them subsequently. There were slashes all around it. We believe it was compromised to some extent. And recent scientific analysis from leachate coming out of the bottom of some of the wells would indicate that it is actually leaking. Now, it's only in the last year or two, and I think the scientists are very conservative and they say, oh, well, we'll just have to retest that to make sure. But I think you might find in the next year or two that it is proven to be leaking, and so it is already starting to become a problem. The other point I wanted to take was that if you started a green waste composting unit on that side, it's porous sand, as you know, and when you make compost, you get a lot of liquid coming out the bottom of the compost pile. Now, that liquid is very rich in nitrogen and in other contaminants that might be in the green waste that you're putting in there, especially nitrogen. As you know, green is, all plant material is very high in nitrogen. So, in my opinion, it's not a suitable site to try and build a compost unit on. You need to have it on an impervious clay type base, and probably be closer to town in all reality. But it's certainly, I would be very reluctant or very doubtful that it would be a suitable place for a green waste scenario. So, sorry, I forgot your second question, Ross, but I might have covered it.
No, I think you've covered it. Thanks, David. I think there's a few things there to be looked into, I guess. So, no, thanks very much.
Okay.
Appreciate your time, Dave. Oh, sorry, Perry, you got a question?
Yeah, I just note your comments around the alternatives to landfill, and you mentioned that the Morrison solution, the waste to energy plant option came up unviable, and that's correct, but that is, I believe, because it was based on the tonnage that we have for us and nobody else. It wasn't a regional approach, and it didn't consider the tonnage of perhaps our neighbours like the Manawatu district. And I wondered if you're aware that the Manawatu District Council's actually granted or designated a site for a waste to energy plant, and they're going through the process now, and that could have been a viable option that perhaps comes online in a few years. And if that's to be the case, would you support an alternative like that?
Well, look, yeah, thanks, kia ora, Piri. I am aware that there's been talk of a plant outside Fielding somewhere being built or being suggested, but my understanding, and Peter Thompson touched on this earlier, is that these waste to energy plants require large amounts of waste, and to be efficient and to be effective. And obviously, Horowhenua hasn't got enough waste for that. And secondly, if there was to be one built in the Manawatu, then that would make the possibility of one being economic or viable in Horowhenua completely off the map, wouldn't it? Because, they would be wanting to draw waste from, a very wide radius to try and justify having the volume to have a waste plant. Now, I'm not opposed to incineration per se, although I have very doubt that the technology currently available will be economic or be viable. So we have to go with what we've got, what we know. And certainly that's why Morrison's, I think, discounted the idea of it being completely uneconomic, just like they discounted the idea of the council-owned enterprise taking over the dump. They said that was completely unlikely to be viable either, So I think the point is we need to focus on reducing the amount of waste we produce, recycling and reusing it, and minimising it, and then we're left with a small amount, relatively small amount of rubbish that we have to get rid of. And fact of life is that Bonnie Glen is probably one of the best landfills in the country, and we have to go with what the experts say.
Thanks, David. Appreciate your time, and no doubt we'll be in touch at some future stage.
All right, thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. I look forward to hearing what I hope will be a positive decision. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, our next submitter is from Christine Moriarty, Horowhenua District Residents and Ratepayers Association.
Okay.
Oh, it's using grams, okay. Christine, can you hear me?
Decision. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Christine, welcome. Our next submitter is from Christine Moriarty, Horowhenua District Residents and Ratepayers Association. What's going on?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, all right. So, the floor is yours, Christine. Away you go.
Oh.
Christine, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you, Bernie. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Christine Moriarty and I live at Hokio Beach. And thanks for giving me the opportunity, for giving me the time of day. I put a submission in for the residents.
Christine, welcome. Our next submitter is from Christine Moriarty, Horowhenua District Residents. Christine, can you turn your live stream off or silence that, please?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay, all right. So there is a slight delay from you talking to us and the live stream. We need. Could I ask you to take the live stream off, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Christine Moriarty and I live at Hokio Beach. And thanks for giving me the opportunity, for giving me the time of day. I put a submission in for the residents.
Can you hear me, Christine?
There seems to be a lot.
Can you turn your live stream off or silence that, please?
Yeah. We're trying.
You can hear me? Okay, all right.
Now we can't hear you.
Now we can't hear you.
Can you hear? Well, I haven't spoken yet. Can you hear me now? take the live stream off, please?
When we do that, we can't hear you.
Can you not hear me speak now? No, you've disappeared. You've cut the whole thing off. Yeah.
Bernie, can you hear this?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. We just this is very frustrating and hard. What I'll do is I'll just read mine out and I won't see you, okay? But we can at least hear each other.
Okay, that's fine. Away you go.
Sorry about that. And I've already done the good afternoon bit. So once again, I will say I put in two submissions, one from HECA and one from the Ratepayers Association. And so what I'm going to do is just a couple of words from the Ratepayers Association and concentrate on the HECA one, as I think that's more important. I'm going to speak on, yeah, okay, just see that. The only thing I would say is that the ratepayers and residents of Horowhenua deserve the most effective disposal of its waste and what is good for the environment. We would like HDC to work towards having a new world-class way of minimising and disposal of its waste. This could create work for locals and make a profit, as it does in the Raglan area. We, HDRRA, would love to be involved in making this happen. The ratepayers would like to vote to close the Levin Landfill immediately, and now on to HECA. We took HDC to the Environment Court and signed up. We took the HDC to the Environment Court over the issues that we were having in our area about the tip. Because of that, we signed the agreement with HDC in 2019. I have to say we're not terribly happy with how long it's taken to get to this point, but we are terribly happy that we are at this point. While the Levin Landfill is temporarily closed, our waste is going to Bonnie Glen, a compliant landfill near Martin. We want to keep it that way. Close this non-compliant landfill and repatriate the site, which has been degrading the Hokio environment for decades, leaching into overground and underwater, polluting the Hokio stream and ocean. In a time of climate change, when communities are cleaning up rivers, lakes, waterways, toxic sites all over Aotearoa, the Hokio environment deserves a reprieve. We're over it because we strongly support the concerns of local Māori who have been ignored and disrespected over the ongoing abuse of their roho and for years. We're over it because the Hokio community is frequently subject to foul odours, with residents complaining to the regional council not being taken seriously, as shown by my diary. I can't show you the diary because you probably can't see me, but I have a diary that I've been writing in since 2017, and it's up until 6 weeks ago. We're over it because Horizons Regional Council is not being called out over its shoddy environmental monitoring of the landfill at Horowhenua catchment. We're over it because the landfill is consistently in breach of a number of resource consents to operate in an environmentally responsible manner. We're over it because the District Council is not transparent with ratepayers on how the landfill is run. Contrary to popular myth, this facility is running in debt, not making money for our district. You should be concerned that in the 21st century, any New Zealand community is operating a landfill like this on a floodplain in a coastal sand dune country. Let's restore the Hokio environment to its former glory as a beautiful, healthy seaside settlement. Please vote to close the Levin Landfill immediately. From the Hokio Environmental and Kaitiaki Alliance. I've kept it short because I think you've had millions of reports about what we should and shouldn't do. I've been involved in all things TIP for the last 10 years, been in the Hokio beach for 20 years, and I've had nothing but problems over the tip and its smell. And the thing that most concerns me, of course, is that the contamination that is coming into the Tātana stream, which is on the left side of Hokio Beach Road. There were 2 pipes put in under the road, and then that contaminated water is now leaking into Hokio Beach Road. And it's not okay. That's not okay. They say they can't detect it because the creek, the stream is so filthy that they can't detect it. But they do detect it on the other side. We shouldn't be worried about whether they can detect it in the stream. We know what's going in there because they've tested the razoo out of it. It's contaminated and it's going down the stream and into the ocean. And so once again, I ask you to vote immediately to close the landfill.
Thank you.
I've kept it small, as I said. I think if you've got any questions, I could go on and on, but everyone else has gone on and given you the picture.
We get the picture for sure. So just ask councillors if they do have any questions for you. Harry.
Hi, Christine. You mentioned the Raglan example around a social enterprise. I mean, how much of that, when you say let us do it, I mean, how much of that have you
looked into?
And say so confidently we can do it?
Well, they're a smaller community than we are. They've had support from the council, get it up and started. It's now a trust. It only sends 6% of its waste to a landfill. It makes $1.4 million a year and employs 32 people. Bloody good example, don't you think?
I am familiar with it. I was just checking.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Christine. It's just really a question for a point of clarity. You mentioned your diary and you've put that into 2 of the submissions that you've signed.
Yes.
You said you've been writing in your diary up till 6 weeks ago. What made you stop 6 weeks ago?
Oh, well, I haven't had any smells, obviously, or the smells have been so small that I haven't reported them. The last 2 that I reported, was so unsatisfactory. You ring the regional council, they're in bloody Fielding or some other place that they can't get to. I mean, why can't we just be believed? If you look at the RMA, there's nothing in there that says the smell has to be verified by somebody else. But in our consent agreement, it has it. I mean, I'm a JP and I could put a declaration together to prove to you that what I've smelt is true and correct. But, you know, we're treated like bloody wallies. No one believes us that we get the smell. Why would we bother to ring up, make the effort to ring up and tell people that we're smelling it if we're not?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine, and appreciate your time representing all those different organisations. And we'll be back with Graham in a little while. Already gone. Okay. So our next submission will actually be from Jenny Ryan, which is submission number 93. Welcome, Jenny. Can you hear us?
There we go. Go, don't start my video. Yep.
There you go.
There we go. I'm getting a bit of assistance.
It's getting a bit of assistance. That's good.
Yeah,
welcome. You should be used to this by now.
Yes.
Yes.
Still very interesting though, all the same.
It is.
Yes. No,
Okay, so welcome and look forward to hearing your submission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I guess for me in presenting this submission, my context would be this is an extremely significant and important discussion that you are having. It's in a very big picture of attending to the needs of future generations. It's looking at the present day impact of humans on the environment and how we might improve that into the future. And it also, of course, is intrinsically connected to respectful relationships that need to be developed in the future. Some of them are still missing. And for me personally, in the climate change conversation, I think waste management is probably the biggest issue that we'll face here in Aotearoa in trying to sort out and minimise our waste usage. But nevertheless, we're here today, Mayor Burney and councillors, as you know, to decide on the closure or otherwise of this relatively small landfill, which for many years, you've been told all this afternoon by most people, has been non-complying and poorly, and the consents not addressed appropriately. And that's over a period of time long before most of you came along. So I guess the emphasis of my submission was more around the peripheral issues and just wanting to clear up some what I perceive to be misunderstandings of the role of the PMG and just reminding everybody that it was the result of an Environment Court negotiation, if you like. So we weren't formed by accident. We had a purpose and a job to do, which was David and I to negotiate to close this landfill and along the way, hopefully restore some relationships, particularly with mana whenua. And the apology is only just a small part of that. We were also meant to be working closely with the NLG, and in 2019 I was approached to facilitate those meetings, and therein lies a whole other chapter of this discussion. I would like to, in listening to the submissions today, it's been extremely interesting on the matter of future waste disposal for me. The government now is giving direction, as David alluded to, particularly on building products initially. I think over the next decade, you'll see huge change in what we need to do with our waste, full stop. And I see that you are in a transition time where
despite the fact you had a consent till 2037, this landfill has never been totally supported by the community. In fact, it's had a long list of complaint and reporting on its lack of ability to function properly over the last 20 years that's been alluded to. And before then, local tangata whenua complaining vehemently about its place. So I see a transition time where it would be very, very unfortunate now if you were to reopen, given this landfill is closed, to reopen this landfill and try and crank it up again. The budgets for that will be absolutely significant. So I respectfully suggest you take the rubbish to Bonnie Glen, and alongside that, you now redirect some budgeting into the minimisation of waste, how that looks for you inside your own budgets and how that will line up with a future government direction. I would also see that you would need to bring some of this back also into the long-term planning process for your community to participate as well. So to keep it open for another 3 years is absolutely not an option that I see that you have. You would be seen as supporting an ongoing, highly pollutant animal in your district, pouring millions into it. You're going to have to anyway in its remedial sense. And that's a whole other discussion that the PMG and the statutory authorities have to start, subject to the decision you make in March. But I guess that's the essence of it, Mayor Burney, really. This is an extremely expensive conversation. And although we're not focusing only on money, there were the cultural, social and environmental aspects of this. At the end of the day, and it's already signalling in your questions, the ratepayer pays the cost of this. And I'm not sure if your council, even today, fully appreciates how much money has been spent to date on managing the landfill, meeting the costs of complaint, the court costs, and more recently, the whole lineup of consultants that have been used over the last 3 years. And I guess to that end, if you're not comfortable with the Morrison report because it didn't deliver what some of you may have needed, the only other place you're going to be able to go with any serious muscle is Tonkin and Taylor. And Tonkin and Taylor have already had an opportunity to submit into this process. They presented a report without recommendation, and the district council then made a decision to go back and approach Morrison Solutions to see if we could find somebody that could do an extremely thorough analysis to bring through a recommendation, whatever that might have been. And in this case, it came through with option 1. I guess for me too, Mayor Burney, is the fact that I do want to say that if this landfill had been looked after and monitored properly, we wouldn't be here today. We would have no reason to be here today. If the odour was dealt to, if your leachates were dealt to, if people had some faith in the system, if we could trust the process of Horizons Regional Council, none of us would be here today. And I guess that's just something to one side, but it's also how I feel. So the Horizon relationship, I think, has been one of the issues where the lack of appropriate and professional policing, if you like, which is their job, with the district council has been absolutely wanting. And that is where I'd like to comment briefly on the NLG's relationship. Yes, I've facilitated those meetings. Mostly they have been extremely difficult things to facilitate. Even if we could get a meeting, which the district council was meant to organise to a year, when we did get into those meetings, normally officers either hadn't done the reports, partially done the reports, or we couldn't see parts of the reports. That's one thing. Number two, the regional council had a serious ability to present us with a different officer over a period of time. So the poor guy that came in, usually it was a young man, to cut his teeth on a very upset community groupings. It wasn't enhancing to his career or his ability to cope normally. So all in all, Bernie, those meetings have been incredibly challenging, and that whole process needs to be reviewed. And because of the lack of clout sitting around them, they've become quite toothless. So in the future, that will need to be looked at. But essentially, we're still looking at those major issues of odour, which is why the court case happened in the first place, the more recent one. We're still looking at the leachate leakage and the ability to do something in that Tartana drain area to help sort those matters. And so they sit there. And again, our inability, even in the PMG and the NLG, to have a relationship with the regional council and the district council, even to set up a proper monitoring complaint system on odour, has been very difficult. And especially when you learn that they are willing to take lay people into their, in particular the regional council, setting up a monitoring process which involves some locals in other areas, and they weren't willing to do that with the Hokio community. So I have found that quite disrespectful and very frustrating, because the odour, as has been mentioned today, is still an issue. And of course, what I do know about landfills such as this one, in many, many court hearings, believe me, is that they are literally, this one will fart and leak for many, many years. And so whatever we put in place for that also has to assist that community to live with that reality, even after we've done the remedial work that's required. So I guess for me, you know, that's the essence of it, Mayor Bernie, really. The cost, the overall thinking about the future, thinking about your grandchildren, as David alluded to, thinking about how you might just, let's work to put some money to tidy this thing up and close the gate. Then let you as a council have a good look at how you might minimise your waste in the Horowhenua. And that wasn't part of the PMG brief. I picked that up in questions when we were last together. So you need to, this is the problem with court-ordered instructions. People need to understand what the brief is. Our brief was the PMG to close the landfill. Of course, we've got ideas about future needs and the resources that are required for that. And you've heard a lot about that today. So I concur with David Moore's submission, and I concur with the PMG submission. And I'm very heartened by some of the submissions I've heard today. But please don't go down the rabbit hole of thinking you can use this particular site for your green waste. That whole thing needs to be reviewed under a waste minimisation discussion through the long-term plan and a full discussion with your community. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Jenny. Any questions for Jenny? Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny, and thanks for your submission. Listen, I will take umbrage with one of the comments around perhaps some of the councillors don't like the Morrison Solutions report because it didn't say what they might have wanted it to say. You can actually turn that round, but I'll leave those comments for another day.
Okay.
The three questions I've got for you are, one, leachate, and it's been well canvassed, but still gets mixed into one pot. All the reports, including the Morrison Solution reports, talks about leachate coming from the old dump, which is not a landfill, as you know, and nothing detected from the modern landfill. Comment on that. Second one would be the odour. Since the gas flare, coincidentally, since the new gas flare was put in about 2017, an absence of odour complaints. an absence further of any complaints coming through being verified. And I do want to contest some of those comments around the regional council monitoring those odour complaints, because I know a lot of times where they have gone and they have been monitored and they've been found to be no odour, and I know that for a fact. So again, a comment on that. And thirdly, the comment from David Moore around the Bonnie Glen landfill being unlined. It is lined, and if his comments, his assertions are right, that means perhaps that landfill liners will fail in 80 years, and then there could be probably an environmental disaster there as well. So if you want to touch on those, it would be very helpful for all of us.
Okay, Ross. All right. The leachate out of the old dump. Look, we never separated out the landmass of those two sites. So the PMG has, well, David and I have always seen, and Greg commented on it too, we've seen that as one site. So if you want to get pedantic about the language of an old dump versus a modern landfill, well, so be it. And I have I can't, you know, I'm not going to talk about wasting my time on that, to be honest, because it sounds pedantic to me. It's the reality is, at the end of the day, well, whatever comes out of that landfill will impact on that environment. And the most hideous thing about it is that it's going to end up in that stream and end up on your coastline. And it already is. You already have dead seagulls and dead pippies and restrictions on local tangata whenua and where they can fish and eat down there. For goodness sake, try and make that connection. So whether it's coming from the old or new landfill, it will be immaterial in 20 or 30 years' time when our grandkids are running around down there saying, how the hell is this happening? Or why is this happening? Your odour complaints. Yeah, well, there you go, Ross. So let me tell you this side of the story on it, to be Councillor Ross, my apologies. So the odour complaint, the odour complaint process has been our real bane of contention. I missed Christine Moriarty's thing. I was trying to link into here, so I don't know what Christine said. But in order to set up a proper process for people to complain to, for some reason, it's just never been able to happen in a way that's been user-friendly. So people have kept their own notes, they've kept their own diaries, they've been completely dismissed over the years, up until quite recently, about the complaints. And yes, officers may have come down to an odour call out, and you are quite right, they have attended and come down, usually to find nothing, because usually it was a good probably hour and a half after the event. And so we were trying to negotiate with the regional council a way in which you had a local person, a JP, somebody, you know, not emotionally attached to the whole 9 yards even, on the spot, who could be called. And the smelling odour is a skill. It's a science, I know that. But somebody who could go in and even just say, yes, there is a smell, and then perhaps contact the regional council or have contacted them waiting for them to come. We've never been able to do that. And yet those arrangements are at other landfills in your region. So, you know, there is quite a bit of prejudice against this Hokio community for many, many years. And I think that still hangs in there on the odour issue. I can't enter into the Bonnie Glen landfill, whether it's lined or not, Ross. I don't know about, all I know is it's set up in a way that it's functioning and consented and operating as it should be. But if I may also add, I would hope that in the next 20 years, if not 10, you and councils of your size are able to minimise your waste in a way where you're not sending very much to Bonnie Glen or any, you know, wherever you decide to send, you're actually not doing very much at all, because that has to be our collective vision, really, Ross. So
I think we all agree on that, Jenny.
Yeah. No, good. Yeah, good. Okay. Thank you.
Huri.
Hi, Jenny. Three questions,
There you go.
or maybe two. You raised, well, not just failings of HDC, but of Horizons Regional Council, and I wondered if you or the PMG have made these known to them, and if so, what was their response?
Yes, we mainly, and kia ora to you, Piri, we mainly had those conversations inside the NLG. We certainly, they are very aware of our concerns, or were very aware of our concerns over the last, we've been doing it for 3 years now. So yeah, the last couple of years, they were aware of our concerns. And I need to say right now, I think, to be blunt, with a change of chair at the Regional Council, I see a very, very positive ability to have a much more collegial and positive relationship with them going forward. So that's what I'll be working on.
Okay, and thank you for your earlier comments about the NLG. I had asked an earlier submitter who was the facilitator, and you've confirmed it was you.
Yep.
And then you also mentioned how, these meetings that were meant to frequent every 6 months, and sometimes there was always a new face or officer presenting, and that, that made things...
Yes, you felt for the officer, I have to tell you. It was, tough place to come.
And I guess it just reconfirms what the earlier submitter said around, even our governance knowledge around the historic stuff when, you've got another face and another face. But we don't all go into the in-depth studies because it's pretty massive history. Anyway, you said that we should, post-closure, allocate budget for waste minimisation. Now, previous submitter touched on a Raglan example. How much of, and I'm going to assume you know some things because you've been a mayor and
a little while ago, yes. It was a little while ago, yes.
But what do you know about these examples? And it's not just, I'm not just checking, it's for public viewers and their understanding of what some alternatives could be.
Well, my understanding's coming now from the conversations in climate change contexts, really. So I think one of your submitters alluded to the fact that it needs to start right back, in the packaging. It's a huge thing, because essentially what we have to do, I'll try and answer it for you. Essentially what we'll have to do is we have to turn ourselves upside down, because right now your drivers economically to these landfills is volume. So, they'll take anything and everything into them, separating food out. But for areas such as the Kapiti and Horowhenua, they'll just take everything they can, because it's about volume and that's where the money is made. But in the future, we absolutely have to minimise our volume. And if the Raglans and the Hamiltons of this world are doing this so locally and on our back doorsteps, I absolutely know Kapiti's having serious discussions and drawing up, future policy, if you like, on how it's going to minimise its waste. So your next door neighbour, if we're not amalgamated and forced to amalgamate very shortly, which I think might be coming, your next door neighbours right there, it might be worth starting to have a chat to some of those officers about what they're thinking. I'm sure your own people are also starting to think about it. They may not have just brought it to your council table. But I can't give you any more detail than that. I'm sorry. That's what we're up to.
Okay. Mayor Bernie, just one last one. Is that okay?
I hope you're not wanting to go and feed babies soon, because we might be here a while.
Oh, okay. Just a really quick one. So, with your background, how then would you suggest we pay for these things? Is it a combination of rates and debt, or one or the other? Or
I think that's
do you think there's...
Yeah, I think that's your big conversation you're heading into with this government, isn't it? The review of local government. And this because waste management is so expensive and such a big issue for us in the future, it will be, I think, one of the front and centre issues of how future communities of a certain size are going to be able to afford to do what they'd like to do. So that's fairly and squarely in front of you, Eddie, in the future, or right now. All right, kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. Just a comment, Jenny. Look,
Yes.
as part of this process, I did write to the Minister of the Environment and ask him for some direction around what central government were thinking in terms of their strategic policy for waste over the coming years.
Yes.
And was disappointed not to get a response at all.
Oh, no, I know. Well, all the best for those bigger discussions too, Mayor Bernie. They're coming right at you, so, you know.
Yeah.
But
Appreciate your time, and just want to acknowledge your commitment and presence in those groups that you've been representing for a number of years now, and the ongoing discussions that we will have, no doubt, into the future. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Bernie. Take care.
Oh, David, sorry, did you have a question?
Sorry, yep. So
Lucy,
Jenny, David Allen.
Yes,
I just
hello, David.
Kia ora. I want to take you back to a question from Councillor Brannigan, where in response to the question you said that in your view it's pedantic to differentiate between the old dump and the modern landfill. And my question is, why is that pedantic when surely the focus around this discussion is the future or otherwise of the modern landfill and how it is performing?
Well, because the environment, somebody talked about the environment doesn't have boundaries. The actual land you're talking about, the collective whole, includes the old dump. You know, if you set out to throw a few million at tidying up the new one, you're going to be hit with needing to tidy up the old one. So you may as well do it all together. I'm at a loss as to this this quite deliberate separation of a landmass that's actually functioning as a whole. I'm sorry, that's the best I can do.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
No,
Kia ora. Thanks, Jenny.
Yep. I've just got to get myself out of here. That's it.
So our next submitter is Vivian Bold on behalf of the Hokio Progressive Association, and that is submission 117. Can you hear me, Viv?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And do you want me to click on my face?
Click.
Yeah, and I'm just going to hang up now. Okay. Bye. Thanks. Thanks for that.
We can hear you, Viv.
Oh, that's the main thing. You don't need to see me.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry we're running a little late, but we welcome you and in your hands.
Thank you very much. I hope I don't get, we've had some excellent speakers, I must admit. Okay, we are the tanga whenua of the land of Hokio, And we are so annoyed about, you guys breaching the contract. HD has compromised the landfill. They have breached the compliance by unreported hazardous waste going in. They have breached conditions by no remedies ever sought, and breached the agreement by no accountability. In 2019, the CEO promised, Peri Rakawa, that they would do better at the landfill. They never bothered. It was just words, blah, blah. It's very sad. The Levin has a very non-compliant landfill at Hokio. Immediate closure is perfect because damage control is needed. The site is soiled with computed contaminated pollution. I'm sorry, my nerves are getting a bit better of me. I'm just going to pour through my last submission. It's basically, I really don't like what's written up in Morrison's solutions reports, especially page 38, where it really seems to point out that council already has a plan. All they're waiting for is the stamp of the thing saying it's closed, and then they're up running with just a change of rules. Often we find in NLG that who monitors the monitor. Stantec, NLG have asked that we get a quarterly report done on the bores that are out there, which they do an honest reporting job, which is great. And without these quarterly reports, we really wouldn't see how the concentrations of toxins are exceeding their maximums. The leachate does come from the new landfill, as you'll hear from Graham Lindsay, who speaks after me. My attachments in my submission, well, the first one was about last November's executive report from Phil Landmark. You really do need to start reading these Stantec reports, okay? Because the amount of concentrations in the bores and the locations where they are around the landfill shows up what's actually happening and where. A lot of the questions Ross is asking. Now, it says, due to miscommunication between HDC and the monitoring contractor, which is Horowhenua Alliance, 2 months weren't even done last year, August and September, which was a bit of a shame, and he's based it basically all on October. Only 16 non-compliances were in this report compared to 23. That was the worst I've ever seen, 23 breakages, and that was last January. But the main thing about the report is showing that the dissolved copper and the nitrate in concentrations are more than exceeding the ANZAC limits that they're based on. That's why I put in the my submission, who monitors the monitor? No, Horizon should be jumping up and down, putting out abatement notices and all that. I had them up last time and they just washed it over. Anyway, attachment 2, of course, I think you've all seen the one done by the Horizons drone with all the contamination going into the sea in the year 2000. Now that was shown at 2000. What is it going to be like at 2022? And the other thing that's next to it, the attachment 2, is the aquifers in the area. Now, when you look at the attachment 1, you think, oh, yes, a little bit's out from Hokio stream, and then it seems to grow in a little bit more, and then a big one from the Wairere, of course. But what you don't see is the 2 streams that come down on the other side, on the south side of the landfill, and take concentrations into the sea. These are important because you've got to take the whole land into consideration when you're summing the landfill up. The aquifers around the landfill, the pot, and of course we all know that's got contamination in it. HDC have done nothing really to improve the leakage that comes out of there and into the sea. The health department wanted you to put up some signs, but you've never done anything. We put the Hokio Progressive put that sign up there out at Hokio Beach, and don't swim in the thing and don't drink the water, because quite frankly we're worried about our children. On attachment 4 is a Tonkin and Taylor map disclosing to you the huge offal pit above the Granges, and that's why the council had to buy out the Granges and succeed to the fact that the odour was there. There is a little one I pushed in and I didn't put it in. It actually shows a picture. I don't know whether or not council staff printed it off for you, but it's groundwater just sitting on the south side of the landfill. This groundwater goes into the aquifers on the south side going towards the pot. Right, moving on. I also refer to the Burrell report in here, where there's no referral done to MTA's huge Mōpoko community at Hokio, and where there's no mention of their 5 urupas around the landfill. Ngāti Periguakawa mentions no voice except through the NLG, but Mōpoko is in the same boat. No Kaikeakatana. If you read what that's about, authorities are legally liable to hapu both for consent and harm done to the land, which I think Viv Tawiki referred to. Eugene Hinare's and Jacko's land out there opposite the landfill. This was a beautiful area, I must admit. I was born in there in 1955. I was born at the Arafota Road, and we constantly went out the back way over Fife Williamson's land, past the 3 lakes. There was Kotaku, Bittins, lake, ducks, everything, Raupo. It was a beautiful jewel we had then. And the same with Jacko's land, you know, the Pakipaki Dune Forest is actually reported in the Levin Floral Club Plants and Landscape, because they actually had indigenous plants on their land that wasn't seen anywhere else in Aotearoa. HDC have tried to squeeze the NLG out of the picture for a long time, not giving us up-to-date information, just dragging everything. Even they had changed the consents without the NLG's permission. 4 years without meetings, 2015 to 2019. That's why the attachment 5 shows an apology from the CEO then. And just below it is the lawyer's argument about why had they not been allowed to enter into these changes of consent. Because what I'm talking to about there is the fact that they have changed. We have always been under the delusion that no leachate should, poisonous or offensive solids, gas or waste should pass the boundary. And now we find the council have plates that they can diffuse, dilute, or if not the leachate, they will reimburse the Hokio community. Not the Hokio owners, but the Hokio community, which is them. You can see why there's a little bit of animosity that goes with it. Now, it was interesting, Jacinta alluded to the fact that the water, the smell was bad about 6 weeks ago, which was right on the time when the stormwater runoff went through the landfill and down the Tartana drain and over the lowest point of the road, which is the Tartana drain, and went to 12 inches. The cars had to plough through it, and a lot of them didn't. They had to be towed out. People had to walk through that thing. The fact that this report from the executive, Mr. Landmark, tells you that copper and nitrate N was in the water, really shows that you people don't give a continental. We asked Bernie if we could have a bus once a week just to get the people in to get their medication and some fresh food. But he told us he didn't have anything in the budget for a bus. And he told us we'd just wait till the water subsides. Very sad. Perry, you asked about the soil that Scott contractors from Carterton brought over from Greytown. Well, what was in the soil? It was arsenic and lead. We reported this to Horizons. Horizons asked HEC what was happening. And they said, oh, we haven't had any reports of hazardous waste coming. We weren't told. So, but that was actually a very good example that Peter Everton brought up, was the fact that we found the trucks, we talked to everybody, we even went over to the Wairarapa and asked why did the soil have to be moved, and it was because a retirement village was going to be put in its place and all that arsenic and lead had to be taken out. And guess where it came to? The non-restrictive landfill, Hokio. Right, okay.
Sorry, Viv, are you just about ready to wrap up?
Well, I've done my 10 minutes, have I?
Yes, more than that.
Okay, right, okay, I'll just say I did make a mistake on this piece of paper where I've got 21 petitions against open landfill. It actually should have had pages in there, 21 pages of petitions against the open landfill. And also, Perry, you might want to know that we've got the rubbish going to Bonnie Glen till May anyway, because Midwest made such a muck up of how they couldn't even get a truck and trailer up the centre of the landfill because it had been so mismanaged. And so that's why they started taking Capities and Levins to Bonnie Glen free of charge. Right, any questions? And thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you. There doesn't appear to be any questions, so appreciate your time. And while there are a number of comments within your submission that I would question the accuracy of, it will probably need to be a time further on that we respond to those.
That would be nice, Bernie, to get us all in talking to you one-to-one, face-to-face.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye all.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Graham, are you hearing me okay?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, so we can hear you, so you have 10 minutes. How would you like to use that?
Effectively.
Well, why don't you begin?
Kia ora, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Graham Lindsay. I have a PhD. Councillors, I want to draw your attention to leachate nitrate nitrogen. Consider this, the ANZAC EA 95% trigger value for nitrate nitrogen in water is 0.7 milligrams per litre. Above this level, remediation is required to prevent causing harm. And what I do note is that the average background of the aquifers under the landfill is 0.005 milligrams per litre. So with this in mind, I want to direct your attention to two paragraphs in my submission. So if you look at paragraph 27, I'd direct you to look at the numbers. And the numbers there are 133 and 93 milligrams per litre of nitrate nitrogen recorded in borehole B2. Now that's the old landfill, that's in front of the Tartner drain. These are chronically toxic levels of nitrate nitrogen and leachate. Refer then to paragraph 33. Paragraph 30. Paragraph 30 says up to 33 milligrams per litre of nitrate nitrogen is detected in boreholes D1 and D2. These are in front of the new landfill. So that discredits the statement that no leachate leaks from the current lined landfill. HDC's consultation documents promote lies. Is that devious? Yes, because the now filled lined landfill leaks leachate, and further, HDC's Lagoima answers to me, shown in paragraph 30, show that this has been increasing since 2006. So here are those numbers: 133 versus 0.7, 93 versus 0.7, 33 versus 0.7. Know also that nitrate nitrogen is not listed in the resource consent conditions. Not listed. Was that a procedural irregularity or intentional? Councillors, does this show that the 2016 or thereabouts resource consent conditions, your negotiators were possibly insincere and disingenuous to the environment? Now, these chronic and acute toxic levels of nitrogen have been detected for many months in many sampling locations. The highest figures are nearly 200 times the trigger value of 0.7. Imagine that, 200 times greater, and no action has been taken by HDC to rectify this. These extremely high levels are associated with adverse health outcomes. Dr. Tim Chambers, Dr. Mike Joy, and other academics report that recent epidemiological studies have found nitrate levels as low as 3.9 milligrams per litre cause health concerns. Health concerns at 3.9, while HDC's leachate level is 133. Councillors, are you reading and understanding the significance of the executive summaries of the Levin Landfill quarterly reports? If not, why not? Because these show leachate discharges from the Levin Landfill are continually in breach of the ANZAC EA standards. I repeat, continually in breach, probably since 2006. Both my submission and this oral submission are now public in the public domain. Let this serve as a point of warning that you now have the knowledge that HDC is in breach of its fiduciary duty of care to prevent harm to any party. Once alerted to a risk, fiduciary duty kicks in. Fiduciary duty is personal because each councillor has an obligation not to place any member of the public at risk. Delegated authority does not protect an elected member from liability. As elected representatives, you are liable for all HDC's actions. Your fiduciary duty of care is to not put people at risk. Breaches of fiduciary duty override procedural irregularities. So how many of you have seen the movie Erin Brockovich? So if you have, put yourselves in the shoes of those people. Forget procedural wranglings or other issues that you might have. If in a year's time this issue becomes unstuck and you have to explain to a court why you breached your fiduciary duty of care, what standard will the court expect of you? Is your not asking questions an option for them? You'll find suitable information after you do ask one or two or three well-placed questions. Please don't back off because of peer pressure or perceived peer pressure, PPP, from your colleagues. You're elected because of your values, visions, and ability to make good decisions. What you may lack in knowledge or experience, you can make up for by asking questions that matter. It'll only ask a few seconds of time, minutes, to ask the questions that make a difference. So with this foremost in your minds and your thoughts, vote, please, for the closure of the landfill in 2022, and then take the remedial steps through the PMG to make certain that you're looking after your fiduciary duty of care. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Any questions of Graham? There appear to be none, Graham, so I appreciate your time and thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So, in fact, councillors, that brings us to the end of our hearings. Our last two submitters have made an apology and so won't be heard. Appreciate your time today, this afternoon, and the engagement. Thank you to all those that are online, watching or listening to us, and to councillors online, thank you. You may now retire for the evening, and we'll see you at the next appointment that we have tomorrow. Councillors, staff, thank you all much, and so, yes, I suppose that is appropriate. Councillor Allen's just reminded me of the next step. On deliberations from today's hearings will be March the 9th. So and that's council decision day as well for the future of the landfill. Yes, so deliberations and decision will be the same day. It's a council meeting day, so yeah. No, not the second. Okay. I think we had put a placeholder in there for the second if we need it. Yeah. Let's keep that open at this stage. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, and good night.